Mama Ubame, you are in fact first. Hello and welcome. How are you doing?
Hey, Abume.
Boom. We now actually have a video feed, which is significantly,
Yeah.
yeah, we've managed to wrangle it together. Hell yeah, this is in fact a PSYOP stream because physical wounds heal. Okay, so let me quickly run through the premise of this before while I still have my faculties mostly about me. This is Alpen Albench, a big enjoyer of, hey there, Mumkey. Fancy seeing you here. Mog, Flanzig,
Everyone.
all of the friends are here. Fantastic. Watching this with friends who are interested in fitness means,
Ooh.
oh, yeah. Well, it's not exactly an intro. We're going more off the deep end. Think of this less as an intro. Think of this less as a oh no, spoiled creatine jump scare. Hey there, Dante. So this is less an entry level kind of stream, and more of a how should I say this? We're going off the deep end of internal alchemy of biohacking. I think that's a fair way to characterize this. But joining me here today as a much needed sanity check is Alpen Albench. Round of applause from chat for
Yay.
tolerating
Hey, everyone.
my questionable company. Pafu told you about the 50 cheeseburgers. You told her she was insane. I told her that she can't do the 50 cheeseburgers, okay? This is the kind of stream that you're having Google open for in the background. Oh no, we're going to get fact checks so hard.
Oh, bring it on. I'm a champ at this, please.
Fantastic, fantastic. We are armed with PubMed articles, and we don't care if they're not internally consistent. What if the burgers are tiny gummy ones? That doesn't count, Ubume. So the 50 cheeseburger reference is so it's a competitive eater by the name of Kinoshita Yuka, and she attempted the 100 cheeseburger challenge, and that is not something that I can recommend in good faith to anyone. So please don't.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that's not very nutritionally consistent of a good idea.
Just googling for your own context. What is thing? What is thing? This thing you call caffeine? See, I have to Google what is this thing you call caffeine sensitivity. But we have a little cheat sheet of stuff that we're going to be going over. We're going to attempt to go in alphabetical order, but being meatheads, we can't read, so we're just gonna go as is. Okay,
True.
I think we've fluffed up the audience enough. We can get to the meat and veg. Ominous feng shui. Yes.
Can I
No,
give a little dietary like supplement disclaimer before we start?
yeah, go ahead.
All right, so hi everyone. If you don't know me, I'm Alpin Allbench, and I am a certified fitness instructor. I do this as my job in real life too. But I do want to just heads up to everyone when it comes to supplements. We're going to be tier listing them, right? So we're going to be saying which ones are good, which ones are okay, which ones are have devious feng shui, things like that. I should say before this, you probably don't need almost anything on this list, and in fact, there's something to keep in mind if you're in the U.S. In 1994, there was a law that came through and made it so that basically any supplement on the market can be marketed as a supplement and does not need to have pre-market studies done on them. So a lot of times things will just lie about what's in them. So it's always a good idea to just, I wouldn't go in and just buy 20 supplements because you actually with some of the more suspicious ones might not know what you're actually getting. And we're going to get into that. So just keep that in mind as we go.
I am adding devious feng shui because that sounds fantastic. That definitely needs to be a thing.
Oh yeah. But yeah, it's kind of messed up. They can just put out supplements and be like, "Yep, this is in it," and it's not, which
Wait,
is
wait, wait. But
cool thing
there's
they can do
wait,
about
wait.
it.
Hold up, hold up. There's an FDA label on most of these. You can't just not put a thing into it. That's
Oh, totally. Yeah. If the FDA checks it, the FDA does have a task force though for like you can bring things to market before FDA approval,
uh-huh.
and there's a task force that they send out to actually like check and take those things down. But they can get
Okay.
through for a long time.
Okay, sure. Just confirming that it's still technically a felony to do that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 You can get in big trouble if obviously you're selling controlled substances, but even if you're selling just things that are unstudied or don't have a proper ingredients list and proper ratios and stuff like that, it can take a while for the FDI to check it out. That's partially what happened to Jacked, actually, Jack 3D for a while.
We're gonna get to that particular subject
Yeah.
in a moment. But yeah. Righty-ho. So, without further ado, Apop, I apologize for not fluffing you up so, enough, but you're going to have to make do, and we're probably going to mention some supplements that can help you with that.
Totally.
Okay. 5 hour energy actually goes hard-ish. Like, it's okay. But let me pull up my list, and we're gonna start off with everyone's favorite, creatine monohydrate. And
Oh, my love.
my vote is auspicious Fengshui. We're gonna
I
explain.
absolutely 100%.
Yeah, we're gonna explain the tiers as we go through them. So, auspicious Feng Shui is essentially something that is all round beneficial, doesn't have a side effect profile, and generally there is no detriment to taking it. And being well studied is going to be a big bonus, I would assume. So yeah, creatine monohydrate. Do you have any tidbits that you want to share about that particular supplement, or we can just keep going?
No, totally. I got some stuff to say about creatine. So
Yeah,
yeah,
go
I
ahead.
agree 100%. Creatine is arguably the most studied supplement with human randomized control trials, with all that stuff, with long-term effect studies. Probably one of the most studied in the industry, right? Helps create ATP, which we use for energy to produce, strength in our muscles and stuff like that. Creatine naturally is produced by our kidney, liver, and pancreas, but we don't produce enough to fully saturate our muscles. So by supplementing it with around 5 grams daily, you can actually fully supplement your muscles. And what that does in effect is because you can push harder in the gym because you have more energy, that will then lead to increased muscle mass, increased strength, and exercise performance because you have more power in you to do stuff. There's some people who might get an upset stomach on it. Some people will get water retention, a little bit more water retention because you want to drink a lot of water too when you're doing this. But overall, there's almost no side effects for most people. There have been meta-analysis that show almost no side effects for most people, and it can have a bunch of other fringe benefits, like it may help lower blood sugar, blood pressure, and it might improve brain function. So really, all around, creatine's a super drug.
I see it quoted as in sort of the non-control based, non-controlled substance based protocols for testosterone support, as well as what else was there? Yeah, the water retention thing actually goes away after a couple of weeks. That's usually a caveat that's stated whenever someone starts taking creatine while on a cut, and then they're wondering why they're gaining weight despite
Yep.
being in a caloric
Yep.
deficit. Don't worry, it's just the voices in your head. It's just your water retention gaslighting you. You're fine. Stay in your deficit. Other than that, remember that creatine does not react within your body acutely. It goes through an accumulation stage before you can actually
Yep.
feel the effects. So, 5 gram
Yeah. So
daily.
expounding on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, a couple things in chat. Also, it looks like John Turner wanted me to have the mic up a little bit more, if you could.
Yeah, we can do that.
Awesome. So yeah, getting into that just a little bit. Yeah, there is an accumulation phase. So if you're taking 5 grams a day, it will take generally about a month for you to see maximum effect benefit, 3 weeks to a month. You can front load. Some people have recommended doing this. I've never really done it, but I know some people who have, where you take like 10 grams a day for the first week or so to get it loaded faster. But you're going to be taking it for a long period of time anyway. And this isn't really something you cycle necessarily. You can take creatine long term. So it's a leading period of a month's not that bad. I would say, yeah, 5 grams pretty much regardless of body mass. That's fine. Don't worry about it. There's no like real danger to going wicked over. Like if you have a slightly over, right? If say you're a 70-pound woman or an 80-pound woman, and you have 5 grams, that's still going to be fine. The only times creatine's really dangerous is if, so like one thing I should say, if you go to your doctor, right, and you get a blood test, do tell them you're taking creatine because some people will see a high amount of creatine in the blood, a higher amount than usual, as signs of a
Well,
heart attack.
to be specific,
So
they
tell your doctors about that.
also they will your creatinine will also be beyond reference ranges, and some of
Yeah.
the normie doctors or general practitioners will see that as an alarming sign, although fortunately there are fewer of those as of recently. And just they'll try to steer you towards excluding meat from your diet. Just yeah, tell them that
Right.
you're taking a supplement or you are on a weight gain diet, and it'll be fine.
Yeah, it's important to remember that like you should always talk to your doctor, and doctors are an amazing source of information. But at the same time, not a lot of general practitioner doctors actually have a completely robust nutrition education, I guess I would say.
Would you say that it would be beneficial to try to look for a sports performance doctor who's still an MD, but has
Yes.
that added lens of performance?
Absolutely. If you're doing exercise, if you're an athlete, I would do that. That's what I do, and it's great because they kind of know what's going on all the time, and you can mess with them on a proper level, I guess I would say.
All right, fantastic. Fofi, to answer your question, it's beneficial to take it if you don't work out. It's more beneficial if you do work out. I think that's
Yeah,
the fair way of stating that. Okay,
but yeah,
fantastic.
God tier, best of all time. So
Okay, what's next on the list? Let me check. Whey protein. Where is the whey? Despite the fact that this is the superior form of whey, I will place it in B tier.
okay, you're gonna put whey in beer. Hey,
I'm gonna put whey in B tier, and I will explain why.
go for it.
It So there is a belief, and I'm not gonna say that there's studies. I'm going to say that this anecdata that whey protein spikes blood sugar in some populations, and the lactose content in whey is not optimal for a lot of people, and it just gives you horrendous war crime tier protein farts.
I guess yeah. Considering I didn't consider the protein farts as a negative, I will say I come from a body of study where the insulin sensitivity blood sugar spike data is not not my I don't want to say not my area of expertise. It's more like a lot of that I feel like has been debunked these days over just like many human randomized control trials and things like that. So I don't necessarily think there's really any downside to whey. I probably would put it a little higher. There's also some benefits besides, for those who don't know, by the way, whey is what you just, it's
You
protein.
know what?
It's
Let's
protein.
let's
It's a,
let's move it up to A. I may
sure,
be I
sure.
may be a little bit too contrarian there. So I'm gonna keep B for like actually useless stuff.
Yeah, B's like mid, I would say. Like B's like stuff that has like some studies or some animal studies and maybe it does something we don't like 100% know yet. That's probably a
Yeah.
good place for B. But
Um,
yeah, it's mainly water soluble proteins from milk. Any cheese or milk or dairy product will create both whey and casein, but they're just ways like any protein supplement you take will probably be whey for the most part if you just buy a generic one. And whey is just a way to get more protein in, and there's really little to no downsides over many studies. In fact, this isn't really human randomized control trials, but in some animal studies, there's actually even antitoxin effects, and that can inhibit tumor and cancer growth. Again, animal studies, we don't
wait, wait, wait,
consider
wait,
those
wait, wait.
really.
Antitoxin effect, antitoxin and cancer effect, anti-cancer effects
Yeah, it can inhibit some tumor and cancer
supplementing
growths.
in supplementing protein and technically shoveling in more fuel for the tumor to grow.
That's right.
Okay.
Well, because
Sure.
some cancers don't grow off protein,
Oh,
and
they grow off
some
sugar.
cancers,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, it depends. It depends.
Okay, fair enough. So in some tumors, got it, got it, got it.
Right, right. But again, that's something where it's like we haven't studied in humans, so we can't say for sure. We'd want to see more evidence on that. But regardless, is we know whey is a generally safe thing to consume that does work very well. I would consider it an A tier.
So there
But the
you,
farts absolutely bring it down.
yeah, there you go. So there you go, chat. Main takeaway here is after you've consumed a particularly cancerous form of media, make sure to chase it with a whey protein shake on milk.
Yeah, yeah.
There you go. So yeah, to add that, I don't think that whey is harmful. To the point that was made about insulin sensitivity, I think that the primary concern there is that in combination with other factors that would frequently spike your blood sugar, it could add on to the existing bad practices. Like, for example, if you're dirty bulking, but also on top of that, you're further spiking your glucose with whey. And, like, the whey is not the problem. The problem is everything else you're doing is just that the whey in this particular context is going to compound that, is what I wanted to express.
See, yeah. I think for most cases, so obviously you don't want to have just a terrible diet. You're like 100% agree there. You don't want to just have a terrible diet. I think I tend to not really pay much mind to short-term spikes in blood glucose over long-term spikes and long-term issues and stuff like that. That being said, whenever you eat things in combination, you can affect how that is going to spike your blood glucose. So, say you do have some whey or something like that, but there's other foods that are you're eating alongside of it, or other things, even your milk and stuff that you put into the whey. It's just like that can all affect the blood glucose spikes and can mitigate or increase depending on what you eat. So you can manage that dietarily just by eating multiple things at once, I find, with a lot of the high, glycemic index glucose impact foods.
Yeah. I mean, it's also, it doesn't necessarily even have to do only with insulin sensitivity. There is, again, mostly anecdata on the fact that spiking your glucose diminishes your acute mental performance. So, for example,
Hmm.
I don't know, there is a ritual of avoiding carbs before doing mentally taxing tasks. Like, for example, I try to avoid carbs when I do podcasts.
Okay,
Just,
interesting. Yeah, so I don't study any sort of nootropic like brain effect stuff with carbohydrates. Mine's generally, muscle focused, so I've never looked into that. I've never done or heard of any studies on that, so I can't really speak on that.
damn, we're missing out on discussing the brain-derived neurotropic factor that's secreted during exercise because it's not a supplement. It's just something your body does as a response. Fuck. Okay, this is ruined.
I mean, I know it. I know it at least in terms of ashwagandha, right? When we talk about ashwagandha, I can speak a little bit because that's
Okay,
a
we'll
nootropic.
we'll we'll
But
hit that one. Okay, okay, okay. So yeah, whey sits in A. It's okay to start just when you're trying to dial in your protocol. I think there are better sources, and we also actually need to keep in mind that whey is a fast absorbing protein in contrast to the ones that we're
yes,
going to be looking at later. Fantastico.
absolutely.
While we're on the subject of proteins, let's go for casein.
Oh boy,
See, I want to place casein higher than whey. I am biased because casein is my protein source staple. I
totally.
I usually go for whole milk and casein shakes, unflavored casein shakes, because it is a slower release protein. Not that not because of the bro science reason of I live in constant fear of catabolism, but
We all
because
do though.
we all do. But I am more at peace with those particular demons at this point. But casein doesn't have the deleterious effects associated with acute glucose spikes. And it also does not produce whey farts because it's not whey.
Yes, yes. I have a few things to say about like the whey versus casein thing. I think they're both A tier, and I think that the optimal way to do things is a combo of the two. So, as you said, casein slow release. And so what that means, for example, is say you're going to bed, it's the end of the day, you want to have muscle protein synthesis elevated, which means, recovering and building muscle throughout the night. Casein will do a better job of that long term than whey will. However, when we talk about the actual essential amino acids in whey and casein, both are complete proteins. And what that
Yes.
means is they have all nine complete essential amino acids.
Yes.
However, whey has more leucine, isoleucine, and valine. And leucine in particular is what drives and kickstarts the muscle protein synthesis. So, short term effect, whey is actually better taken and does, in evidence and in studies, show better muscle gain in the short term when you use it after workout as opposed to casein. But casein will increase it for longer. So it's almost like a better dose versus a longer dose. So that's why I think a combo of two are pretty optimal. Whey, closer to your workout period of time, and then casein closer to when you're going to fast for a long period of time.
We
But I
probably
love casein. I think it's A.
we probably need to specify. So essential amino acids are amino acids that your body cannot produce by
Yes.
recomposing it from other strands of amino acids that it gains from nutrition. Essential amino acids can only be consumed as is.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
And your body will make the others. There are also situationally essential amino acids where you will not get full amounts of them in your natural production, basically, if you're injured or pregnant or have cancer, some types of cancer. So those are like conditionally essential, but those we maybe talk a little bit about those later.
Okay, we
But
can.
yeah,
Yeah.
also casein, fun fact is so casein has higher histidine, methionine, and phenylalanine. I forgot how to pronounce that one. But basically, there's some peptides in casein that can benefit lower blood pressure as well and reduce clot formation that work kind of similarly to like ACE inhibitor medication. So casein's an A, absolute A. Like arguably, creatine's amazing and has like no downsides, but arguably both of these could be in perfect tier as well. But they're like high A tier, I'd say.
Yeah, I would say they're in high A tier just because we have to add the disclaimer of the fact that please try to source your basic macros and micronutrients from actual whole foods as opposed to relying on
Please,
supplements. Yeah. Creatine is the
please,
one
please.
exception because you just cannot gain enough creatine from diet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although I've never looked into it, but how much meat would I have to eat to get enough creatine from diet? I wonder.
Given that it's mostly found, I believe, in red meats, that would be first of all prohibitively expensive, and second of all,
Yeah.
you would blow out your fat consumption for the day.
Yeah, you might OD on zinc too.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you would sooner OD on zinc and accidentally put yourself into like very aggressive ketosis.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that a little bit later, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm
So
not a huge fan.
So I guess the recommended protocol here is place the whey when your tissues are most sensitive to the immediate uptake of nutrients, which is in the carbohydrate post-workout feeding window. Which, yes, it is a
Yep.
thing. It's not transformative. It will not make you put on 20 pounds of lean muscle only by doing that, but it is incrementally beneficial, more beneficial to do that, and increments stack up over you consistently doing so. So yes, the feeding window is still a very real thing. And since actually a lot of tissue repair, most tissue repair occurs during sleep,
Mm,
there's your use case for casein, because
totally.
your secretion of growth hormone is the highest while you are in deep sleep, and that's why you're supposed to be in bed at around maybe 10 p.m. ish.
That's when I go to bed. That's
Yeah.
ideally when I go to bed. So,
That's when I aspire to go to bed, and then I just fail miserably at that. Okay, I think we can move on. You know what? While we're on the subject of essential aminos, I think essential aminos also go into A tier. Thoughts? As a standalone
okay, so
supplement in
yeah.
addition to your protein intake.
I think so. This is one of those ones where I guess like if we consider cost, I'd put it in like the no thanks tier. But if we consider just taking it and there's no downside to essential aminos, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think they're terribly helpful if you're already getting your complete protein. Because I think like if you're vegetarian or vegan, sure, because you're missing some of the amino acids generally. You could also eat edamame and tofu to get your complete, because those are vegan sources of protein that have complete amino acid profiles. Pea also kind of does as well, but it has a very small amount of some of the amino acids, so it's not like
I'm gonna
optimal.
argue on the fact that that legumes have a full amino acid profile, and not only that, because it's plant protein, it's not fully absorbable.
Well, I mean, you can. I was going to say the reason that plant protein generally is not considered fully absorbable is because it doesn't have the complete amino acid profile. But to my knowledge, edamame and tofu both do. You can look that up if you would like, though, to confirm that.
We can do that at a later point. So let's put a pin in that one. Since we're not even going, I don't think we're going over plant sources of protein for this tier list. So
Yeah, not really, not
yeah,
really.
let's.
I mean, I tend to tell people to stay away from them. But if people are vegetarian or vegan and they're gonna do that anyway, I'm like, all right, here's what you can do.
I am
But
kind
yeah,
of
I don't think they're terribly
yeah, I'm kind
necessary.
of a big hater of unfermented soy, just because no, it's not the soy protein boogeyman. It's like the actual compounds found in unfermented soy products. Those are just generally not great for your hormone profile. And yeah, I'd say that if essential aminos are the alternative, I would prefer that. Another thing is that I usually supplement with essential aminos whenever I'm cutting, because it's a lower calorie protein source, and I use it to support my. It's not even tissue recovery at that point. Usually, when I'm in a steep deficit, it's more like desperate injury prevention, so that my soft tissue can try to recover in between the bouts of psychotic cardio that I do.
Yeah, you could argue that for sure, because I was going to say I do have a note here, specific circumstances, which is you generally, for the conditionally, I would call them essential amino acids.
Mm.
So, for example, if you're ill, if you're pregnant, if you have, like, if you're an infant or you have an infant, and or like you trauma, like you have an injury, trauma injury, arginine, for example, one of the amino acids is inhibited, like creation of it during injury or cancer. So that's when essential aminos can come into play, where okay, you're not now creating the proper amount of arginine in your body. This now makes sense. So I think it's one of those things where it's like if you're a beginner to fitness, I wouldn't spend the money on this if you're getting complete protein personally. But I think there are use cases. I think circumstantially it definitely can be useful. Like it works, right? It's one of those things where it's like it works. It's just you might already be doing this.
Yeah, yeah. Let's bump it down into situational, simply because yes, taking it is not harmful. You can't really OD on essential aminos
Yeah, yeah.
unless you take the entire jar, which is very difficult to do, especially for the optimum nutrition ones, because they come in a like gnarly fucking suppository sized tablets. I don't know why.
The pill.
It's like the size of the of half of my thumb. I don't know why they do that. I have to break them in half to just consume them. Okay, we've
I
dealt
hate
with
the
that.
pill.
Separate tangent. I'm not going to touch that right now. There is enough controversy attached to me as is. Let's see what's next on the list.
No, I'm talking about the size of pills, not the not,
Yes,
not the actual
sure,
pill.
sure. What did Alpin mean by this? Okay, BCAAs. I am going to put them into. Oh, I'm tempted. Are we putting them in useless or devious feng shui?
I think they're useless. I wouldn't put them in devious because I don't think they're actually like harmful, like
Yeah,
some other things.
they're
But I
more.
think they're useless.
I'd say they're more harmful to your wallet than anything else. Fair.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, because the deal. Yeah, you can start.
yeah, quick. I'd say quick rollout. BCAAs lack essential aminos. Generally not useful. They don't do anything special. They actually do less than essential aminos. If you're going to supplement with aminos, just buy essential aminos and you'll be fine. I don't think it's necessary to dwell too much on that. Infant viewers rise up.
Yeah,
Exactly. Gotta produce those buff toddlers.
you gotta. Yeah,
Yeah.
BCAAs, I mean, again, it's like useless if you're already getting enough leucine, isoleucine, and valine, which is primarily what they are. You're gonna it's useless. You already are getting a full saturation of those. They're not gonna do anything for you. It's just wasting your money. And also studies wise, we have a lot of studies on BCAAs, and none of them are great. A lot of them had varied dosing or no reported protein intake. Like when they've said like, oh, BCAAs have a positive benefit, there's no reported protein intake for those people, so they never controlled for that variable, and the dosing was all over the place. So like generally when it's been studied well with good methodology, we've seen negligible benefits on performance and body composition. It's pretty useless if you're taking protein,
Yeah.
so which
APOP.
everyone should be doing
Yeah.
anyway.
APOP, it's not that it's inferior packaging for essential aminos, it's that the BCAAs as a group lack essential aminos. I don't believe it has leucine, if I recall right off the top of my head.
I think hold on, I might be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure BCAAs are that. Like they're just supplement of leucine, isoleucine, and valine. That's why some vegans have used it, but I mean like essential aminos can just be a better version of that.
Yeah. Okay, while you look that up, just in case there's a
Yeah, let me do
correction,
that.
we're gonna move
BC.
on to our next contestant, which is pre-workout.
Yeah, it
And
includes leucine, iso, and valine. Yeah.
okay. I'm gonna put pre-workout into devious feng shui. And by pre-workout, so let me explain. By pre-workout, I mean like commercially available tubs of whatever the kind of butthole itches they put into most popular brands of it, be it I don't know, fucking C4, Gamer Sups, or
Yeah,
whatever
yeah.
else. The assorted sucralose, aspartame, caffeine water that you are supposed to take before a workout, which you really aren't. I am a consistent hater. There are easier, cheaper, and more beneficial alternatives. What's your take on that?
Completely agree. I've never taken pre-workout once in my life. You don't need it. It's overrated, and most of the time it's just caffeine. And it's spending a lot of money to get that caffeine
See,
too.
see,
Where they'll always claim,
it's
what were you gonna say?
it's worse than caffeine because of the sweetener content.
Sure, sure. What I mean is like it's the benefits, like they'll advertise the world to you is what I mean. Like they'll advertise like, oh, it's gonna get you, you're gonna get twice as much muscle, you're gonna explode, you're gonna, get huge, you're gonna grow 3 feet. And in the end, you look at the ingredients list and it'll just be like caffeine and then a proprietary blend. And that proprietary blend, if you like go on their manufacturer website, just ends up being like a bunch of nothing compounds.
If I
It's
recall,
just
at least
over expensive caffeine.
yeah, at least back in the day, a lot of pre-workouts also had L-arginine, I think, which is a
Yeah,
vasodilator.
yeah, which we're
Which is,
getting to later.
do we have it on the list? I forget.
We have. Oh, actually, do we? We have L-carnitine. I don't
We have
think
we do
we do
L.
have L-arginine.
Yeah,
We
okay,
do. Yeah.
okay, okay, okay. We have that as a standalone supplement, but like there are some vasodilatory effects to that one. We will go into it in more depth, but I don't think it's even used in a lot of pre-workouts, or at least not in efficacious doses. So I'm gonna say hard pass. Like it's not. Wait,
Yeah.
you know what? Because there are sweeteners in it, I am tempted to actually move it to ominous feng shui because like it's actually harmful, especially based on recent aspartame studies.
I'm actually not anti-sweetener at all, and I'm of the opinion that we've had many meta-analysis on a lot of artificial sweeteners that have showed no harmful benefit.
Okay,
So
but
I'm staunchly
aspartame specifically.
Yeah, I was gonna say including aspartame. I would debate that.
Okay. I guess we'll have to go to PubMed to duke that one out.
Yeah, we can do that later. Probably not good stream content.
Yeah, yeah. Okie doke. Let's see. What else? What else? Caffeine. It's I have the picture for coffee here, but it's caffeine. My vote is for auspicious feng shui. Definitely contributes
I agree.
to melding fat golden cores.
Yes, no, absolutely. I think that caffeine's like I won't even say arguably. Like people I don't take a lot of caffeine, but that's just because I don't like being dependent on it. But if that's not a huge problem for you or anything like that, caffeine actually just has health benefits. Like there's more long-term benefits associated with having a good amount of caffeine per day than there are harms. And caffeine does this really cool thing where it's an appetite suppressant for one, so you'll tend to, eat less calories. Beyond that, too, they will always, if you notice on energy drinks, advertise that it like boosts your metabolism or whatever. But what happens is because it's a stimulant, right? Because you're hyperactive, you're moving around more, you're waving your hands more, maybe you're just a little more bouncy throughout the day. It'll contribute to higher calorie burn, and you'll do better in the gym, so you'll burn more calories, get stronger. There's like it just has a bunch of cascading effects that are awesome. I think caffeine's great, like top tier. It's good for you. It's good for you, straight up.
Agreed, agreed. It's also in certain combinations, also going to be a diuretic, meaning that it
Hmm.
increases the speed with which you mostly metabolize water, but that is part of your overall metabolism. It means that your NEATs, non-exercise energy thermogenesis, is going to be just inherently higher on caffeine.
Yep.
And it's just part of, for example, shuffling energy from utilizing your fat stores. That's usually like the metabolization of water, especially sweating, is part of that process, and caffeine does induce more intense sweats.
Yeah, no, I think caffeine's just again, it's my only problem with it is like I have a personal philosophy with it where I like to exist independent of things. Where I don't want to spend extra money or anything that I don't have
Mm-hmm.
to. So for me, caffeine, when you take it consistently, you will get dependent, but it's very easy to break. Like the withdrawals only take a week or so. You can reset constantly, not a big deal. But for me, it's like I don't want to spend an extra, $2 or $3, not every day, but
Is
like
there
consistently to have caffeine. So
is there really a concern about caffeine dependency, so to speak? Because, for example,
not really.
yeah, like I don't think it has like an addiction profile to it. There's a caffeine sensitivity concern, just based on how many GABAergic receptors you have left. I am Yeah, the main thing is tolerance. For example, I have zero to none caffeine sensitivity as a side effect of me apprenticing in a tea shop back in my senior year in college.
Oh
So
yeah, that'll do it.
yeah, yeah, you tea test like five different preparations of high mountain oolongs, and at some point, dependence crash can be pretty rough if you're really deep. See, I don't really have that because I'm not even sensitive to caffeine at all. I don't have the caffeine high, and therefore I don't have the crash. Although
Okay, yeah, because that's what I was gonna say is the crash.
it does depend on your source. If your source is highly processed, such as 5 Hour Energy, such as pre-workouts, such as, or if it's coffee, then you will probably experience a more acute high and therefore crash. My primary source of caffeine is unfermented teas. And in tea, caffeine is bound by L-theanine, which significantly increases its half-life in your bloodstream. So therefore, there's not a there is a high, but the come off is significantly less steep.
Right, much more steady state. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think for me, like the way I describe it, again, I'm a huge fan of caffeine. I think it's beneficial for most people. It's just like for me and my own brainworms, it's a matter of if I can get up, because I know a lot of people, and we all do, right? Anecdotally, right?
Hmm.
We all know people who you can't speak to them until they have their coffee, right? They need their coffee. They're going to be sluggish without their coffee, tired. And that is something I don't like seeing and don't like being. So for me, it's like, yeah, I'm just going to get a good amount of sleep. I'm going to wake up. I'm not taking caffeine. And caffeine efficiency for me is I'm very sensitive to it. So when I need to have an energy burst for whatever reason, I will be able to have caffeine and I will get that burst because I'm not currently deep in it and tolerant to it. You know what I mean? So it's an efficiency thing for me, cost wise, and saving it like a stimulant for when I need it type deal.
Yeah, yeah, that's understandable. I think also for people who are like sluggish in the morning that don't talk to me before I've had my coffee types, I think a lot of that is also placebo
Yeah, true.
because yeah, because the receptors that caffeine acts upon aren't even really active until like 3 to 4 hours into your daytime activity. So I think it's more of an issue of them having fuck their circadian rhythm than them having their coffee or not. It's just that their coffee usually arrives by the time they finally, snap back into consciousness after not having enough deep sleep.
Fair. I haven't that's not like an area of study that's like particularly I haven't studied it, so I can't speak too much to that. But I do agree with you. I think placebo effect's a big thing there, and a lot of people have really messed up circadian rhythms and really messed up sleep. So that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, make sure to limit that blue light exposure in the evening, kids. Okay, let's. I'm tossing a curveball here. Old Formula Jack 3D.
Oh, we're doing old formula Jack 3D. Oh, you mean
Old,
meth?
yes, Pervitin.
Wonderful. Let's talk about meth. It's not actually meth, but it's yeah. Well,
It's like clinically pure methamphetamine. Okay, like jokes aside, I'm gonna put it in here.
I was like, where are you putting that? Oh no. Okay,
He's
okay.
gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
Well, a lot of people say it's the most effective pre-workout of all time, and they're probably right.
So okay, allegedly, I'm not sure if it was old Formula Jack. It was just Jack 3D because well, the package was just Jack, and like, understandably, they didn't label the meth containing one separately. But I did have the experience of consuming, I believe, 2 scoops of Jack, diluted
Oh,
in water, and that was during a snowboarding trip. So I snowboarded for like the better half of the day in poor visibility, then slammed some jack. It kicked in way too early because we got lost and couldn't find the gym.
oh no.
And then I proceeded to do a respectable amount of weight on squats. And then I did my 1 rep max on bench for reps with a not with an impinged shoulder. So it goes kind of hard, I have to
Yeah,
admit.
and then you had to get the spiders out from under your skin, right?
No, I don't think so. I don't remember. At some point,
So,
at some point, it just becomes a
yeah,
blur.
there's a big story about Jack. So to tell you the story, basically,
Yeah, go
so
ahead.
this is the reason why I never took pre-workout because this existed when I started lifting, and all of this happened like right when I started lifting, basically. But basically, yeah, there was this pre-workout called Jacked or Jack 3D, basically, and it had this compound called DMAA. And the DMAA compound was very close to meth. It was very close to an amphetamine, basically. So it got banned. It got looked at and banned by the World Doping Agency. But this is one of those situations where, like I said at the beginning, the FDA and regulators like this was allowed to go to market because it wasn't illegal yet. It was like a synthetic thing. They claimed that they could get it out of a plant in China, if I remember correctly. But a lot of doctors were like, "No, you can't. What are you talking about?" But basically, yeah, this got banned by the doping organization for like
Wait, wait, wait,
lifting,
wait.
basically as a steroid. Yeah.
I hope they worded it like that in their applications. We can get it out of a plant in China, not
So it's
specifying.
natural.
Yeah, not specifying that by plant they meant a manufacturing pharmacological approved facility.
Yeah, I guess so. Right. Right.
Pinky promise,
But
we can get it from a plant from China. Where does
yeah.
this
So
where
around
does
this
this
time,
where does this plant grow? In Shenzhen in the industrial zone.
yeah, in Shenzhen industrial zone, right next to the Silicon fabs. But yeah, so the FDA sent a warning actually to 11 manufacturers at the time to say like, "Hey guys, you have amphetamines in your pre-workout," and every single one of them voluntarily took it off market except for Jack 3D. So that's why they eventually got taken down and dealt with like by regulation because yeah, they had an amphetamine in there.
That's too bad. You hate to see it.
So it
Yeah.
worked really well, but it might kill you. That was the problem. It killed people.
Again, the FDA gatekeeping the fun from us. They want to
Yeah, me
steal.
killing myself.
Yeah, they want to steal our gains.
I can't believe this.
Yeah. By plant, they mean a body underground. Okay, interesting. I'm not sure how you would harvest that, but FDA gain aging, exactly. Okay, let's move on. What's next on the list? Fish oil.
Ooh, this is an interesting
Uh,
one.
I would say fish oil goes into auspicious Fengshui, provided you source it correctly.
There you go. That's what I was waiting for. Thank you.
You source and store it correctly.
Yeah. So to expound on that, basically, fish oil, great source of omega threes, amazing for heart health. You basically need these. These are a great thing to eat. However, supplements, the supplements, fish oil supplements you see in the grocery store and stuff like that, 45% of them are rancid. This has been studied, which means you get no benefits out of them. They don't work and they suck. So yeah, basically half of the fish oil supplements on market are rancid. That being the case, that's why you should probably just get it from a well-studied supplement or whole food, which is my recommendation.
Can you get enough just from whole food, or do you need to supplement?
You can get enough from whole food, but you got to be eating a lot of fish, like Mediterranean diet, Japanese diet style. Eat your salmon, kids. Basically, mackerel as well are the highest in it of the fish, I believe.
Excuse me, I'm consuming my sucralose laced Quest bar.
Oh, yummy, yummy.
Yeah, I ran out of the better tasting protein bars, so I have to go and stoop to this. What was I saying? Ah,
Man, no
yeah,
one likes Quest taste but me. I'm gonna cry.
it's fucking sucralose. God damn it! I can taste the sweetener, and I don't like it. But I believe there is an online, not registry, maybe a rating of different brands of fish oil.
Yeah, I believe so.
I can't remember the name. Just look up Dr. Rhonda Patrick. She speaks about this at length. Speaking of which, she's recently referenced a study where the populations with a higher index of omega-3 intake have significantly lower all-cause mortality.
Yep, makes complete sense.
Yep.
Complete sense. Because this is heart disease risk, this is eye health, inflammation, joint pain, all cause with heart disease risk ties in real easily.
Yep. So makes sense. That's why I believe it was measured by a omega-3 intake index where Japan was like in the high 90s, maybe in the hundreds,
Hmm.
and the standard US diet is like in the 30s.
Oh yeah,
So,
they're blue zones for a reason. Okinawa and like the Mediterranean areas and stuff like that. What similarities do they have? Dietarily. Let's take a look.
which is interesting why Okinawa is such a standout in Japan overall because like the Japan-wide omega-3 intake index is very high. Okinawa is a standout because their diet is slightly different and the difference isn't in the omega-3s.
Yeah, it's in
So,
other stuff.
yeah, I guess that remains to be studied, but yeah, eat your fish.
Eat your fish.
We fortunately have access, at least here in Texas, we have access to fresh salmon. I assume it's caught in the Gulf of Mexico. I wouldn't know, nor do I really care. It's there, it's readily available, and I eat it.
I'm elsewhere, but salmon is very local.
Okay, there you go. Good local sources. As long as you have those, yeah, fairly uncontroversial. Zinc. I
Okay,
will
yeah.
also place it into top tier just because it's an essential micronutrient. It has a foundational role in a lot of your hormone balancing processes.
Yep, absolutely.
Generally not easy to get out of your whole food sources. Like it's just you're not going to eat enough seafood consistently before giving yourself protein poisoning before you
I
hit.
was gonna say maybe other people don't, but I get it all from Whole Foods.
Mm, mm, again, I
Red
would
meat has about 5 grams, I believe.
fi
4 ounces of red meat has about 5 grams, and
does it have that
yeah.
universally, or is it only in the grass-fed beef that was used as a benchmark?
Well, I haven't checked that part.
Ah, there you go, because only grass-fed red meat contains zinc. The grain-fed ones don't. Or rather, they have negligible amounts of zinc. So if you
Yeah, there
have,
are other foods you can get it from though,
yeah,
but I will say.
yeah, specifically for meat, if it's grain-fed, grain finished, I think is less of an influence. That mostly has to do with marbling, but predominantly corn and grain-fed beef has significantly lower zinc content. Do you have any
Interesting.
special?
Yeah, I never looked. Oh yeah, what were you gonna say? Sorry.
Yeah, you have any special notes or special comments on zinc and sources?
Yeah, yeah. So when I think, I guess it's different, multiple approaches to the tier list. Because when I was thinking zinc, I was thinking specifically of zinc supplementation versus just zinc as a nutrient, right? Zinc as a nutrient is incredibly essential, great for you. You need it, precursor to a lot of hormone balancing. Absolutely. I do think that zinc separately, I think like zinc can be covered by a good multivitamin,
Mm-hmm.
is my opinion. And also from food sources. So I don't take a separate zinc supplement. Is also zinc's really tough because there's a really narrow, I don't want to say a narrow safe range, but the studies are really weird because the more zinc you consume, the less copper is absorbed. And you need a
Ah,
good balance of zinc to copper. And so you don't want to overconsume zinc. It can be very dangerous. Around 40 milligrams per
mm,
day is the recommended.
let's bump it
So
down.
I,
Let's bump it down into A just because of the overdose, like because of the
yeah,
side
it's
effect
tough.
profile.
What I see a lot actually is like poorer communities will be deficient in zinc, but sometimes affluent communities are have too much zinc, way too much zinc because they're supplementing on
Interesting.
top of getting it in their food. So I've seen that not like super often, but it's a
Hmm.
fairly sometimes thing that happens. So I get it from food and a multivitamin. I don't think you necessarily have to go out of your way to get a separate zinc supplement if it's in your multivitamin. That's what I would say basically.
Dante's sharing some fish insights there. Tough stores do a lot of counterfeit, non-fresh cuts. Lots of people buy cod called halibut and trout called salmon.
Ah,
Ah, I see. I don't know what would be the material difference, but feel free to explain that one or to go into more detail there.
yeah,
Uh,
seafood's like a primary food where I live and is incredibly readily
mm,
available and like local as in down the road. So it's I can't speak to that because my environment is very seafood
yeah,
based.
yeah. Probably the only redeeming quality of my now denounced birthplace of Boston is the access to seafood. Other than that,
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
yeah, there is no other redeeming quality to Boston other than oysters and chowder. And that is also offset by the fact that it gave us so many mediocre comics.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so Zinc places thoroughly in A tier.
Yeah,
Um,
I'd say so. Like it's a you need the supplement, but I think that the you don't necessarily have to have it like as a separate thing. So
okay.
for me, it's always a matter of like I always tell my clients. Here's the thing: I try and make it simple for my clients, and I try and work with where someone is because for a lot of these things, this is very heady information and it gets really deep. And a lot of times, people getting into fitness for the first time, like that's your job, not theirs. They just are like, hey man, I just want to lose some fat, right?
Yep.
So I'm always coming from the mindset of meeting people where they are. And for me, it's like I'm not gonna recommend pretty much any supplements to my clients from the beginning, right? It's
Yeah,
it's once we're in a little bit
beginners.
and they're like, "Can I do a little more?"
Yeah, beginners aren't really a great cohort for supplements just because, first of all, they're so sensitive to any kind of stimulus that,
Yeah,
everything just works. They recomp very easy, and they respond to a lot of stress very well.
to-
And generally, it doesn't really make sense to supplement until you have your foundationals dialed in at least a little bit. Once
yeah,
you get to the supplements, once you're past the point of understanding that no, drinking a diet coke does not, excuse me, does not upset the full sugar coke that you drank 30 minutes prior.
yeah. There you go. There you go. That's a good way to put it.
Where's the chalky milk? The chalky milk is an A tier, son.
Oh yeah, you
Yeah,
need your chalky milk.
yeah. We've
Also, it
already.
looks like my live 2D has decided to stop picking me up again. One moment.
Yeah, you go. You want me to hide
There
you
we
off
go.
screen? Oh, you're good. Okay.
Yep. I moved it this time and it worked.
Yeah, exactly. Go mad.
Go mad.
Yeah, it's all the raw milk. It's all in the raw
But yeah, I
milk.
like I like new clients to focus on one thing at a time because the reality is like and I feel like I need to hammer this in. I say this over and over again. Most people who come to me are looking to lose weight, right? They're overweight or obese. They're trying to lose weight. The number one best thing you can do for your health isn't to take any supplements, it's to lose the weight. For your metabolic
Yeah.
markers, for hormone levels, all that stuff, your best bet first is lose the weight. Focus on that. You want to get optimal later, then we talk, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Being in a state of it's not even really obesity, even being over fat, and the percentages are going to vary by cohort. Mostly it's determined by sex because the sexes store fat differently, they respond to its
Yep.
levels differently, but generally whenever you start accumulating adipose tissue, it becomes inflammatory and it sends your body into a downward spiral on like a lot of metrics. So, yeah.
Yeah, you go way out of whack, and it's just it's better for. I mean, that's why I've talked about before how like if you're like a theoretical experiment where it's like if I had somebody who was 450 or 500 pounds, and the only way that they could lose weight was only eating McDonald's, I would much rather they do that because it will be more beneficial for them to lose the weight than it will be to only eat healthy foods if they're not going to lose the weight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Your
I'm playing around. Yeah,
yeah.
I'm trying to get it to work again.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
It keeps cutting in and out.
Interesting. I wonder why. Is your lighting sufficient for the camera to pick you up?
Yeah, no, we're all good, and I didn't touch anything since I streamed, yesterday.
Huh.
So it's just, doing what it wants, I guess.
Ah, I
I wonder
see.
if I can hold on. Let me cheese this a little bit.
Okay, you
Worst case, we have my Fugi ready, so
yeah, yeah.
but
I
I'd like
mean,
to avoid that.
what would be the material difference between a malfunctioning Live 2D and a Fugi though?
That's a fair point. All right, hold
Yeah.
on. I've reoriented it, and it likes being up now for some reason. So you might just have to move. Oh, there we go.
Okay, yeah. Now that that's fixed. Okay. Next on the tier list is L-carnitine. And
Oh, L-carnitine. Okay.
mm, gate kept by balls, excuse me? Oh, okay, you're playing the Pokemon game. I thought this was a hypertrophy tangent.
I think personally that the data on fat burning
Mm,
for L-carnitine is very, very weak. And so I don't mess with it. I think it's like not
okay,
great.
but
I don't
there
think it's
are
useful
but
really.
there are other uses for L-carnitine except fat burning. That's not its exclusive use though.
Sure, that's fair, fair. I think a lot of this stuff though is not worth the money. Like this is a supplement where like if you had infinite money, sure, but I
Mhm.
don't think it provides a tangible benefit to be worth it. That's just my opinion.
So the benefit I've seen, I think it helps with thermoregulation in a roundabout way because it increases your sweat gland activation. Like it
Hmm.
forces you to sweat like a fucking pig.
Oh
I
man.
I will not even attempt to go into looking for a study that supports that. I just know from my consistent personal experience, if I take what the fuck are my dosages of L-carnitine? I take L-carnitine tartrate. One capsule contains 300 milligrams. I take two before a workout, so 660 grams, and I am just drenched. I am a pretty intense sweater just naturally, but with
Yeah, me
L-carnitine,
too.
I start sweating profusely at room temperature. And
Oh man, yeah. I don't want that. I don't
well,
want to feel
again,
gross all the time.
again, it's context specific. First of all,
Sure, sure, sure.
L-carnitine tartrate specifically is suggested to have testosterone support benefits, so that's one component that's good.
Hmm.
The sweating component is a thermoregulating component. For example, if you're someone who doesn't handle heat well, by supplementing with L-carnitine, you can slowly condition your body to deal with heat better.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. See, I always only come at things because like I'm one track mind, right? So I'm thinking about like muscle gain,
Yeah,
fitness work,
specialization.
right?
Yeah,
So I don't think about
yeah,
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So you're either on the cut mindset or just hypertrophy mindset, which is valid. Those are good use cases to specialize on. That's why we have that's why we have this internal alchemy angle for this particular tier list.
Right, right. Well, I like that though. I like that sort of that biohacking thing. I've just never messed around too much with it, you know?
Yeah, so I'm going to insist that L-carnitine, regardless of the form that it's in, I think it belongs in auspicious Fengshui, just because it doesn't really have a side effect profile and its uses are
Yeah, that's
multifarious.
true.
Yeah,
Totally. Yeah.
you can attempt to reinforce the water element in your body.
That's good. Yeah, yeah. Cultivate water elements.
Cultivation
Yeah,
mentioned.
I guess. And that's the thing is like I'm not this isn't a I'm not gonna fight you on this or anything like that because there is a reality too where it comes to supplements in general. I'm talking general population,
Yeah.
right? There are some people that hyper respond to certain things just because of the nature makeup of their body, whereas other people might not get any effect from things. Like some people, creatine doesn't work on, they just get nothing out of it,
Wait,
and it's a
create
very small
how wait,
population.
wait, wait, how do you get a non-reaction to a chemical? Is that even real?
Yeah, there are actually non-reactors to creatine. It's really bizarre to me too, but it's a thing.
How can you just like ignore a micronutrient? How do you ignore a molecule? You're just nah, I'd win and metabolize it.
Yeah, I guess it's just not metabolized properly, or there's some other thing going on in their body that counters the process or something like that. But yeah, some
Interesting.
people are hyper responders, some people are non-responders, but like very small amounts of the population. We're talking like
Huh.
really negligible. But not to say like maybe there's situations where a compound doesn't work at all for most people, but for you it might. And so there is kind of a not even placebo effect, but there is a self-study angle of all this, which is like,
Mm-hmm.
hey, if you take a supplement and you feel like it's worth the money and you feel it doing something for you, maybe then it is. Regardless of what studies say, maybe then it is because it is doing something for you by your own
Yeah,
belief.
I
You know what I
mean
mean?
the placebo effect is very powerful. So
Totally.
whatever keeps you consistent in whatever you're doing, just do that. Do that even as a ritual.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, you're
Molecules cannot metabolize without your consent.
um okay. Just tell them no.
Just say no.
Valid strategy. Much respect. Yeah, worst case scenario, you're just consuming too much chalk.
Yeah, Mog, everyone should take protein or take creatine.
Yes.
Unless
I
you have very specific conditions.
I support this message. Unless you're actively in the throes of late stage kidney failure.
Yeah, then don't.
Okay, next up is electrolyte drinks. And I'm
Oh, okay.
going to place the. Ooh, I kind of want to go A, but then again, situational. What do you say?
Yeah, I think they're fine. I don't think they're like amazing or anything.
You're not
It's like,
answering the
yeah.
question.
Oh, what were you saying?
Are we placing it in A or situational?
Situational, I would say.
Situational. Yeah,
That's my opinion, honestly. Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna lean towards agreeing. Not so. How should I say this? You only really need a steady flow of electrolytes in the form of a formulated drink if you're, I don't know, undergoing an intense cardio workout, or if you're at a phase in your strength work where you're just in the gym for 2.5 hours and just your ATP
Yeah.
production will suffer if you don't take your intra workout electrolytes.
Exactly, where it's a long-term situation. Like you're over an hour and a half in, and there you go. And people will argue that like the whole electrolyte thing, it's like, oh yeah, it helps water retention and hydration over water. Water's fine, don't get me wrong. And that effect of electrolyte drinks really only works when combined with carbs. So if there's electrolyte drinks that have carbs in them, that combined effect
I think
will.
most of them do, don't they? So my go-to is Pocari Sweat because
Oh
gigantic
yeah, yeah.
weeaboo. But the other option when I can't get that is Gatorade because
Sure.
it has glucose as opposed to sweeteners.
Hmm.
And glucose is actually an important component on staying energized and staying hydrated if you're undergoing like severe stress. Like for example, if I go jogging in the middle of Texas summer, I
Right.
prefer to have 2 bottles of electrolytes just because I understand the sheer salt expenditure that I'm undergoing while jogging in the 100-degree heat.
Totally.
Because
Yeah. This is
yeah,
electrolytes are just like a good, totally harmless, like, yep, it helps.
yeah. So I'd say you can. So for most scenarios, you can get away with, highly mineralized water, for example, because not all water is made different. Distilled water is a poor source of electrolytes inherently. But for a general population, unless you go into like very niche training methods, I'd say you're fine with staying on mineral water, and the Pocari Sweats and the Gatorades sort of kick in once you're doing very specific training modalities.
Yep, yep. It's very similar to actually beta alanine in that, where it's like specific training it's helpful for. But
Yeah.
we'll talk about beta alanine some point.
Yes, yes, we will. Let me upload some more images because I'm trying to catch up to what we're doing.
Trash
Um,
Gamer asks, what muscles do sword swings work? Oh, well, I would say, lats, right? Lats,
uh, w- w-
triceps,
so
biceps,
the
forearms.
see, I'm gonna go with the lawyer answer of it depends on how it depends. It mostly depends on how wrong you're swinging the sword. The wronger you do it, the more muscle groups are engaged. So if you're just swinging at Zweihander wildly, you're going to get tired all over, but it's just not going to be a very efficient way to do so.
Right.
So my question is, are you swinging a sword to kill something, or are you swinging the sword because you don't have access to other exercise equipment? Are
Yeah,
you
or you
are
want to
you,
be really
are
cool.
you berserk maxing is I guess what the real question the trash gamer is trying to ask.
That's a good question, though. Are we all berserk maxing at all
Well,
times? Don't
no,
we all strive for
no, no,
that?
no, 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 no. I am definitely not berserk maxing because Berserk is an NTR manga. Fight me on that.
I guess you're right.
Uh, okay, moving on from that particular subject. I would say yeah, it depends. If you're swinging the thing that is too heavy and too bulky to be a sword, then yeah, pretty much everything. Sword swinging for conditioning. Okay, then I would say core, forearms, maybe lower body under certain circumstances, and your lats and delts as a focus group.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe the serratus is going to be engaged on certain downward swings. What do you say?
Yeah, yeah. I think that like it's probably a not entirely dissimilar profile to doing the hit the tire with the hammer situation.
Yeah, it's things that are loosely termed as functional fitness. But everything
Sure.
that has to do with flipping tires, swinging maces, you're probably better off. We're on the opposite ends of the berserk spectrum. I want to be nowhere near the berserk spectrum. I maintain that Casca is a whore and wanted to jump Griffith's bones the moment they dragged him out of that basement. And the demon train that was ran on her was just foreplay, and she used it for plausible deniability.
I
Uh,
only saw the anime, so
I only saw the anime as well, and it was NTR enough.
but I'm sure that Casca is a nice lady.
Disavow. Moving on. Uh, Other things that poison you slowly. Ashwagandha. What are your thoughts on ashwagandha?
Oh, things that poison you slowly. I actually like ashwagandha. This is a little bit of anecdata, but also data as well, like a lot of studies on it and stuff.
What's your vote? Where do we place that?
I would put it in like a B or an A.
B or an A? Not situational.
Yeah, maybe. Well, not situational because I wouldn't call it situational. Like I think it does help. Like it can potentially help a vast majority of people. It's just the studies on it are very limited.
Okay.
So it's like situational feels like oh, this is good in this situation, but kind of useless otherwise.
Okay. Let
Whereas this
me.
for me feels like the opposite, where
Okay.
it's good.
Counterpoint.
Yeah,
Counterpoint. Certain populations will have rapid onset liver failure as a response to ashwagandha.
yeah, but that's a very small amount, and it's generally safe for the general population.
Okay, if you say so. Let's put it in A
Yeah, I
then.
mean, I'd be more than willing to support that with like meta analyses and such. But
Are there a
yeah,
lot of studies on like what cohorts are actually at risk of rapid liver failure if they supplement it with ashwagandha?
I mean, I have three. I have three that I have written down here right now from PubMed that are just sides and general efficacy and stuff like that. So, and no one died, so that's good.
Oh, are you wait? Are we sure? Well, no one died in the studies.
Yeah, yeah. What I was saying is I have three
Hmm.
human randomized control trials about ashwagandha,
Hmm.
like with me right now.
Listen. I'll agree with you in putting it in A, but I would like to.
Oh, I don't think it's A.
You don't think it's A?
No, I think it's like we still don't really know how well it works. We consider it a lot of us in the fitness industry consider it like a tier 2 or tier 3
What
where
isn't
there's some limited studies that show good effects, but
okay?
we don't really know for sure. We haven't had
Are you
like
are
enough research.
okay? So let's put it in B then.
Yeah, sure, sure.
Okay, we put it in B, I guess. Yeah, I would question. I would need to study the research methods on like each one of those papers because I feel like there may be an insufficiency of scale, and that's why maybe a lot of the vulnerable cohorts are just not captured in that. Would be my initial guess.
Okay, yeah.
Full disclosure, I am currently part of my stack is an ashwagandha supplement or a supplement that contains ashwagandha,
Mm-hmm.
because it is a cortisol antagonist.
Totally.
What exact? So stress management is a component of the actual mechanism of action is the suppression of cortisol levels, and
Right.
has cascading effects from it. So it
And cortisol is often catabolic, so suppressing cortisol is generally a good idea when you're looking for
It
hypertrophy
is, yeah, it is
yeah.
catabolic. Cortisol competes with testosterone for the micronutrients that are required to generate it. So usually when you're in a if you're in a high cortisol state, usually it's going to be at the expense of your free testosterone. And
And a lot of people are.
yep, cortisol is the new smoking. Right after sitting.
Yep,
What
I agree
else?
with both those. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. So it's marketed as a nootropic, but again, the mental clarity and the work focus is probably just a byproduct of the cortisol suppression rather than any kind of magic that it does to your actual capacity to think and
Hmm.
work is going
Yeah, I
to
agree.
be. Yeah, that's going to be. But again, I am kind of concerned about the liver toxicity profile. That's why I usually try to cycle off of it every month.
Yeah,
Like I
that's what I was going to get into.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that ashwagandha is something you want to cycle. It's not something you want to take long term forever. Again, we have limited studies that show that there's probably some benefits and stuff like that, but we really want a lot more before we say anything conclusive. And I've personally used it as well. And it really, because a lot of people actually use it for a natural anti anxiety medication. And it works fairly well for that, actually.
Yeah.
But what I found personally, and the reason why I stopped taking it, was it made me a little too eepy where I was already kind of chilled out. And so taking
Mm,
it chilled me out to the point where I kind of just stopped caring about things. And I would just like nap a lot. And like things that should have made me emotional or angry didn't. And that's
interesting.
my anecdotal effect. So I was like, this is chilling me out a little too much. So I went off of it. But
I
I think
mean
for people
it.
who are high strung,
I
yeah.
mean it is sort of in line with what is proclaimed to be the primary effect. So like it's not even anecdata. It's like it is the pharmacokinetic profile that is advertised. You've suppressed
Right, right.
your cortisol secretion to an extent where you have become less excitable. Oh, just a second. I think I lost my audio.
Excited.
And are we back? Can you try saying something?
Kuramaru, can you hear?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can
I
hear
can
you,
hear you. I
but I'm on
could
Discord,
No,
so.
no, I could hear you. It's an issue with my sound processing interface because for some reason it just decides that no, I don't like your headphones anymore. I'm going to use audio devices that aren't audio devices instead, and fuck you, you can't stop me.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so okay, let's move on to the next one. I think we more or less agree on the placement for that.
Sure, sure.
Glucosamine.
Oh,
My
glucosamine.
Yes, my vote is going to be B tier or situational.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, I threw this one
Where
in because this is one
where
I
would
had
you,
some experience with,
where
but
would you did you throw this in? I thought I added this, but never mind. Yeah.
no, I added it last minute.
Okay, I probably forgot about it. Okay, situational or B tier? Because definitely
I'd say
harmless.
situational.
Situational, yeah, probably.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, give us the rundown.
Yeah, so basically, glucosamine, again, we don't have a wide variety of human studies on it, so we can't say for certain. But in animal studies, it has been shown to help with like joint pain, tendon health, ligament health, and stuff like that. And it tends to be used a lot. Like we have a lot of anecdotal data about it being great for joint. Like you go to your doctor, if you go to your doctor and mention it, like, oh, my joints have been hurting, it's
Mm-hmm.
very often your doctor will recommend glucosamine. And so it's like, even though we don't have a lot of data on it, it tends to be given out a lot. There's no really harmful sides of it,
Mm-hmm.
and it's fairly cheap. And I think personally it worked for me. So I think it's like situational where it's like, yeah, if you're having some joint pain or tendon, you want to support your tendons or something like that. It's not a bad supplement to mess around with.
Okay, okay, yeah. And there's no side
Not life
effect.
changing,
Yeah,
but
there's no
yeah.
side effect profile that is at least that we're aware of.
Right, right.
Okay, yeah, reasonable. I usually use it during cuts. Again, once I start going into like psychotic amounts of either skill work or cardio, that's when I tend to try crushing on a combination of glucosamine or the word escapes me currently. Shit.
Chondroitin,
No. Fuck. Um, damn it. It's a collagen peptides. There you go.
collagen. Ah, gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha, gotcha.
Yeah, but glucosamine, at least it's not harmful, and I guess it's sort of probably maybe useful. So yeah, I will agree on the situational use for it. Okay,
Yeah, there's a lot of like maybe useful. We don't have enough studies to say conclusively
yeah,
stuff where it's like, yeah, results may vary. Who knows? But it's gonna be it's not gonna be life changing in most cases for you.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
probably, yeah. Okay, moving on. This one is spicy. Turkesterone.
Boy, we're in the fun stuff now.
We're
Yeah,
in the fun
I do have
stuff.
experience talking about this. I've never taken turkesterone, but I have looked into it
I
extensively.
I will place it into devious feng shui. What do you say?
I agree. I agree.
Yeah, it's in devious feng shui. Definitely. The other name for devious feng shui, so old Formula Jack here is for being actually harmful, but Turkesterone is here for being more harmful to like your spirit as a person, I would say.
Yeah, yeah, and also probably maybe being useless.
Yeah, mostly for that. All right, you
Yeah, so
wanna
turkesterone was
go
yeah,
ahead,
yeah,
go ahead.
I'll go. Turkesterone was billed as like a natural. It kind of came. Well, people thought it came on the scene recently, but it actually had a huge push like 20 years ago. And
Mm-hmm.
one thing that you'll realize when it comes to supplements is the good ones tend to stick around. Because they work, right? So it was pushed in the 2000s, didn't get anywhere, but it came back recently. And basically, turkesterone was advertised as like a more natural form of anabolic steroid. It comes from plants and insects actually, and it helps with their like molting process. But there were very few human trials on it. People were hyping it up like steroids with no side effects. But the human trials we did have were only on a different type of ectosterone, not turkesterone, which was like side to it, but it wasn't it. And then turkesterone itself only had like two overseas trials as of last year, but there's poor methodology. And then there was one trial in the US from a good lab, but they showed no significant difference in
Wait,
results. So
what was the other ecti steroid that was used to test? Like, is that also
I think it was I think it was ecdysterone.
okay? When what is how is that one sourced?
I think that's also from plants and insects. It is still the same class of like steroid. It was
Mm-hmm.
just a different one.
Aha, interesting.
Yeah, but the lab in the U.S. just didn't have any good results from it,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, it just doesn't seem to really work. So it was hyped up, but it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Also,
Yeah,
what's up, Dia?
it's generally flavor of the month. I will agree with that. Usually, it's a good litmus test on whether or not the particular influencer that you're looking at is a snake oil salesman.
Yeah, yeah.
It's funny
Although
how
I give some
yeah.
people like
Mm-hmm.
I'll give it to some people because like I know generally there are some people who are looking and still doing research into like, hey, it's kind of been like a dead thing for a while, but like are there anabolics that don't have sides? And people doing research into that, like maybe we eventually find something cool. So, you
I
know, it's
mean,
cool to get excited about, but you don't want to get excited too early.
listen, like it's not inherently bad to look for a supplement that has a safer use profile, but at the same time, like nets some kind of benefit. Yeah,
Yeah.
like I mean, D-ball started as a pharmacological solution to, I believe, dystrophy. So, like we need we need some of these to work with, and
Yeah.
it's understandable that sure there is potential for abuse, but then again.
Then again, you know, if you want to, there's like a tier here that we don't have on there, but there is a tier we're going to be getting into here soon, which is like the Ascend Humanity tier,
Olga,
which is the
I don't
drugs
want to
that work
bother.
really
Yeah,
well.
I don't want to bother with removing the ads. It's too much work,
Yeah, yeah.
and yeah, I just do not care that much. Um,
But yeah, there is a tier here where things like work very well, but probably kill you. And that's like the Ascend Humanity tier, which is like this is a bad choice, but they work really well.
do we have those on the tier list? I forget. I know that I had SARMs on the tier list.
Yeah, we have SARMs, we have Trend on the tier list, we
Oh hell
have
yeah,
what else do we have?
Trin Hardy Clen.
Uh, we have test. We have exogenous test. So
Oh, Ubame, why did you take the plate carrier off? Now I just have a morale patch stuck to my chest. Well, okay then. You do with your points what you will. Okay, moving on. NMN. It's the fitness stream. Sure, but the plate carrier is a weighted vest that I use for running. Ha, there you go. Checkmate. What
Got him.
what do you say about NMN?
Okay, so I think we just need more studies on this. MNN, and
Like
the
the
other
entire
part of the
group. Yeah,
process.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Niacin,
it just
NMN.
needs because there's like four things in the group.
Yeah.
So
Well, listen, it's all essentially like it's either the precursors, skin off wear. That one is I don't know. It's too expensive and too difficult to make. I could hypothetically do that. I just don't want to. So where do we place that? Do we place that in B? Got to see the musculature. Listen, first of all,
yeah, I'd
Ubame,
like to place it
there,
in like
yeah, there's
probably B.
there's such a thing as appropriate gym attire. I'm not sure if you're aware. What I am currently wearing is already not. We're already past fitness territory because I would be chased out of a public gym if I tried to work out like that.
True.
Yeah. Would you say
But yeah,
B?
I'd say like yeah, because there's a few things because we had listed as hold on, what do we have it? We had listed as a few things all together. So we had niacin, NMN, NAD, and B2 in the same. I
Yeah.
think niacin and B2 get covered by a multivitamin, but they are good. Like those are great.
Yeah, I
Take
mean
those.
they
And
don't
then NMN
they
and
don't necessarily
NAD, more
have to be
studies
a
needed.
yeah they don't necessarily have to be a standalone supplement. We don't bother with the source right now as long as you're getting it from
Yeah,
somewhere.
yeah. But the other two I do want to see more research on. But like I'm hesitant because of the whole David Sinclair thing that I was talking to you about.
Yeah,
So
well, share with the audience. For those of you who don't know, David Sinclair is, I believe, he's the head of a Harvard medical lab, if I recall correctly. So he was.
yeah, he's affiliated with Harvard, but people from Harvard have disavowed him at this point.
Wait,
A
isn't?
few people he's
What do you
worked
mean
with
he's
and
a?
stuff.
Wait a minute. What do you mean he's associated with Harvard? Doesn't he have tenure?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like I don't know his exact position, but he's associated with Harvard. Is I'm not like getting specific.
Yeah, my understanding that he has a lab that he
Let's see.
operates. Yeah, that's not exactly like
David
associated with
Sinclair.
level.
What is he doing right now? Yeah, he's a tenured professor in Department of Genetics at the Biology Center at Harvard.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there you go. There you go.
I didn't know his exact position. That's all I was saying. Associated
I
for.
am I am mostly exposed to him from his work with it's not exactly biohacking, it's like his anti-aging studies. You're
Hmm.
also associated with Kuromaru via my chat. Yeah, exactly. Never beating the allegations.
Yeah.
What was I saying? Yeah, so mostly I'm interested in his studies on longevity. He is one of the proponents of a therapeutic use of metformin, which I think we have on the list as well.
We do. Yeah.
Yeah, and like his use cases are very niche because he is not an athlete. He focuses strictly on lifespan expansion. So yeah, despite the fact that he does have some unsightly things in his record, I think he's still an okay source for some information.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna make any claims about Sinclair because I'm not,
Allegedly,
in the
allegedly.
industry, I'm not gonna allegedly, but he has some crazy controversies around him. I think I don't like him. I don't like him. I'm not gonna say anything more than that. I really don't
Fair,
like David
fair,
Sinclair,
fair, fair.
and I think some people say that he's scamming people. I would never say such a
Wait,
thing, but some people
so
say that.
okay, so is he by scamming people? We don't mean that he's like running a for-profit business and selling products.
He would never do that. Exactly that.
Wait, does he? I thought his only
Oh yeah.
I thought his only retail business was like an NMN compounding pharmacy, and like the controversy there was that he was trying to get he was trying to get NMN FDA regulated, so that it becomes a regular.
Because he was yeah, it was well they were already like they were already supplements and he was trying to get them regulated
Yeah.
because he studied and made a different supplement. Well, I'm not going to say because, but let's
Listen,
just say
we
that he
just
might have made $720 million off the sale of his last company
listen. We can just say that he did all of that in Escape from Tarkov, and he's like
in
part.
Escape from Tarkov.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's part of the problem of why the deluxe bundle cost that much.
Yeah, but like the people who I really trust and I get a lot of my information from, beef with David Sinclair all the time, and
There's
they like
beef in the
debate and
biohacking
debunk.
community. Fantastic.
Not even in biohacking. It's like the people I follow are obviously just primarily like fitness nutrition,
Uh huh.
and they constantly debunk the claims that David Sinclair is making about certain compounds and certain supplements and stuff like that. And
Interesting.
then on top of
Interesting.
his past, I don't know. I'd say some people allegedly call him a bit of a grifter. We'll say.
Well, I mean, everyone who produces content and markets it to a certain to an audience is a grifter to a certain extent.
Yeah, yeah. Just maybe again, I really don't want to make any claims here, but there's some videos I could pass
Listen,
along.
you can, yeah, 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 you can share opinions, like no harm in that. Okay, so while we're on the subject of trashing Sinclair and Harvard as a as an establishment, let me quickly add another picture to the tier list.
Oh yeah, that's right, because we got to talk about metformin now.
We
Yeah.
have to talk about metformin.
This
So
is spicy because
this
this is
is
this is a
yeah.
this is like a prescription drug. I don't like I almost don't want to touch this, you
I
know?
mean, listen, we can comment on its efficacy in different populations and cohort. I'm gonna put it into situational. Let me
Okay.
share my lukewarm take, and then you
I
can.
would say don't touch this. This is me being just like if I have personal opinion aside from the
Okay,
debate,
listen, listen,
would just
listen.
be like I would never touch
Do
this.
not do not self-administer is definitely a hard recommendation from I think from the both of us. It is primarily a diabetes drug, yes.
Yeah.
Mama Ubame, yes, males can take metformin. Its primary use originally is to regulate, I believe, glucose levels, if I recall correctly, the pharmacological use for it. And it's primarily used for diabetics, yes, to control their blood sugar levels. However, the biohacking community has been experimenting with self administering low dose metformin as a therapeutic in healthy cohorts. And is that is also echoed by people more reputable than Sinclair. For example, Peter Attia is currently cautiously positive about metformin longitudinally because it also seems to be reducing all cause mortality long term in cohorts that aren't diabetic. Well, first of all, it decreases mortality in diabetics by a significant margin, but we just don't
It's a
have.
it's a yeah,
Yeah,
it's a prescription drug, you know. So
it's a prescription
it
drug,
works on
sure.
that principle. Yeah.
Sure. But we're still waiting. We're still waiting on human studies. For well, there is belief that it has cardioprotective qualities that just go beyond limiting the glucose intake. I believe it blocks the mTOR pathways, so it prevents tumor growths, and because of that, it becomes very situational. For example, if you're a young person actively undergoing hypertrophy training, taking metformin is like actively harmful to what you're doing because it actually prevents protein synthesis on a molecular level for you. But it may have some uses that have yet to be confirmed in human studies in aging populations to support longevity, is what I'm going to say. So
Yeah,
definitely
and then
don't
yeah, you go.
self-administer. At least find a Panama doctor that will tell you and then set your protocol for you. Or ideally, wait for the human studies to be finished. The human non-diabetic studies to be finished.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, it's definitely a matter of like I don't like the sides. It's a prescription job. I don't like messing with that stuff in general. And I think a lot of like I can't speak to the anti-aging side because again, I don't really know too much about that. That's not my expertise. But I know a lot of people have also considered it for a lot of people use like metformin and a lot of like this stuff comes again through that insulin sensitivity model of obesity where they're trying to deal with that with diabetics and stuff like that for type 2 diabetes. But it's like, you know, this is a drug for type 2 diabetics, is my opinion, basically.
Yeah.
And if we can produce enough, great, and we do some studies on it, and then the sides, I think the sides look terrible, and I don't want to touch this at all. I think it's generally for someone who's not diabetic, insulin 7 sensitivity is not going to stop you from losing weight.
Yeah, remember.
We've tested
Listen,
this over and over
listen,
again.
listen.
So
Remember, kids. Remember, kids.
just lose weight.
Yeah. Procuring controlled substances without a prescription is illegal. So please don't commit federal felonies nor admit to committing them online. Um, but I think the speculated longevity if pipeline for metformin is that because it blocks mTOR, it prevents telomere damage through excessive replication of cells.
Yeah,
If I'm
blocking
remembering off,
mTOR
yeah.
from oh sorry.
Yeah.
Blocking mTOR for me has always been okay, so I'm not this is the level of science where, I am just a personal trainer, I'm limited, right?
Hmm.
But I have heard consistently that blocking mTOR alone has not been enough and that blocking mTOR alone it just like it's almost like a looking at the like that might not be the cause and that might not be the
Mm.
mechanism, the only one that matters. And so
Hmm.
I've seen like blocking mTOR used as evidence where it might not be all the evidence that is needed when I've been looking into what I'm capable of well understanding, I guess I would say, with my expertise.
Yeah. I would say the following. Definitely don't even look at it if you're under 50. And if you're over 50, talk to a good non-insurance net, well, like a cash network sports performance doctor.
Yeah, even then, it's like, if more studies come out and show stuff,
Yeah.
great. Yeah, for me, this is like same category as, well, not exactly the same as steroids, but I'm just like, yeah, I don't like the science
Yeah,
here,
Daya,
man. That's just, my
if
thing.
you're under 50, then just don't even consider it. You're fine. Yeah, unless you are prescribed that for some sort of peripheral condition. Oh,
Yeah, or
we're
type 2 diabetes,
yeah,
but
we're
yeah.
uh I don't want to spoil what I am googling for the image. I want the raw Alpin reaction to it.
Oh, to what's coming?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I should clarify too. Whenever I say like I don't want to make claims or I can't speak on anything, that's mostly because I have an actual license I need to upkeep, and I can't just make certain claims. I'm not legally allowed to.
See, my certification is trust me, bro, so I can do whatever the fuck I
Right, right.
want.
Yeah, I have a legal requirement to disclose certain things.
Okay, let's see. And can you see it? Oh, you
Oh, it's
can't
a little
see it.
small.
Okay, so this is
Oh,
semi-glutide.
it's something fun.
This is
Oh,
semi-glutide.
it's semi-glut.
So
Okay,
it's
so semi-glutide slash
Ozempic.
Ozempic.
Yeah. What
Yeah,
are they? What is the fucking? They're JLPT agonists, right?
GLP-1
GLP-1 agonists.
medics.
Yes.
Yeah, very, very right there though.
Definitely ominous feng shui. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hard no for me. Absolutely. Do not touch with a 10-foot pole. Uh, because at the very least, first of all, like the only thing it does, it stops you from eating, and it does so from stopping your GI tract. The same effects can be achieved by putting down the fucking fork. And the
Yeah, so I agree.
Yeah, and in putting down the fork, by the way, doesn't come with a black box warning for suicidal ideation or, your GI tract rotting.
Yeah, you don't die. You don't just die on the spot from taking it. Because here's the thing, all right? So to stop talking around it a little bit
Hmm.
is like, yeah. So people use this for fat loss. It's new. You've heard of Ozempic probably. It's worked very, very well because what it does is it acts on your gut and your
No,
brain
no,
to
no, no,
inhibit
stop,
hunger. You're
stop,
not
stop,
going to
stop,
be
stop.
hungry.
So, full stop. It doesn't work well. Okay, it has pronounced effects that appear beneficial, but
Yes,
yeah,
sure.
the weight loss that it induces also primarily affects muscle tissue. It has a
Yes.
disproportionate contractile tissue loss profile.
Well, I think as far as I've seen, the lean muscle loss has been similar to somebody on a severe cut because they're on a severe cut and they're probably not working out. So when matched with like workouts and stuff like that, I'm sure the profile will be a little bit different. But yeah, I do agree. It's like it's just gonna make you not eat, and
Well,
you're gonna lose a lot of weight that way. But you need to be on it forever, or your hunger's gonna come back,
you- for,
and you're gonna gain weight back because you haven't learned good habits.
well, yeah, that unless you also don't die of like I don't know of cross system sepsis in the process.
Yes, some terrible, terrible like
Yeah, if
disease.
you don't actually become a Nurgle plague bearer in the process. Um,
Yeah, I don't, people ask me about this stuff a lot, and I just say like, listen, I would much prefer it if you had a much more natural weight loss, because you need to keep up, something like this. You got to make a lifestyle, you got to be ready to commit to it, and you got to make it your life. You can't take Ozempic. First of all, there's shortages, and there were, but you can't take this for the rest of your life and expect things to go well. You should solve the problem at its source. Don't just cover up the symptoms,
So here's the thing. Even with a workout profile, Ozempic will cause you to lose contractile tissue because the loss of tissue is not sarcopenic. It's not, atrophy from lack of use. It has to do with the fact that because they're not eating, it means they're not eating everything, so they're not hitting their minimum protein requirements. So because of that, the body is cannibalizing itself from every available source.
Yeah, it's muscle protein degradation. But all I was saying was that it'd be similar to somebody on a severe cut because they're also not eating and not getting their
I
protein
would
from
say
that.
that someone on a severe cut would probably be better off because even on a severe cut with like zero carbs, yes, you are miserable, but as long as you're hitting your protein goals, as long as you're hitting like the coveted 1 gram per pound of body weight, you're still retaining more muscle. And if you're working out during the severe cut, because that's essentially the only way to do that, you, while getting badly injured, you will still be using your skeletal musculature, so you will retain more of it.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm kind of getting at is we kind of have to look at this. Like, if we're going to compare the two methods, we have to look at them with an equated diet,
Mm-hmm.
right? And see, okay, is it Ozempic that's causing, muscle degradation, or is it the fact that they're not getting their protein and not working out and all those
I
things, right?
see.
But is
I
or is
don't.
there a mechanism to Ozempic itself that's causing that
Well, it.
protein
I
degradation? And
think it.
that I say no.
I think it prevents nutrient absorption in addition to just limiting appetite. So I would say that, like, it doesn't break down muscle on its own, but the effects that it has on your GI tract are what is causing the loss of contractile tissue downstream. You effectively become skinny fat.
Yeah, I think that, like I said, I can only speak to what I've read, and I've read a couple studies on it, and and specifically on that have said there's no real difference in the amount of muscle loss, but it was, I'll put it this way, right? The methodology of the study suggested that there was more, but when you look into the methodology, it turned out that it was because there wasn't a protein check and there wasn't workout included and stuff like that. So,
Mm-hmm.
that'd be something that I'd like to look into more later. But right now, I'm of the opinion that it doesn't enhance it any worse than if somebody was just eating that amount of calories and that amount of protein without Ozempic.
Okay, valid, valid. Okay,
But either way, I think that, yeah, you should
yeah.
you should ideally
The
get
summary
to
is
a
hard no.
diet balance. Yeah, hard no.
Mm,
But I okay. So yeah, hard no. But like, yeah, hard no. Yeah, I always try and think of like a scenario where it's like, okay, could this be a good idea for
there's
somebody?
no
And it's like,
no 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 absolutely
it
not.
is a good idea if you
Disavow.
can't lose weight. Say you're 600 pounds, right? Say
Uh-huh.
you're 600 pounds,
Then put the
and
fucking fork down.
but say you mentally cannot, right? We
That's
got to work
no,
with
I'm
what we
not.
got.
I'm
They're
not.
not strong
No, 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 no,
enough.
no. I'm not
They're not
entertaining
doing it.
that. I'm not entertaining that. We enclose you in a room that has a human-sized door, which you cannot
Yeah, give you a
leave.
metabolic ward.
Yes, exactly. I mean, if you're 600 pounds, you can realistically just starve for 3 months and not die. Okay,
True.
maybe not 3, but you have enough excess tissue to last you long enough for you to be able to pass through the human-sized portcullis.
I just think like if I had to, I'm thinking theoreticals here. Like I'm thinking like best case theoreticals. I still don't think you should, but there is a theoretical where it's healthier for you to lose the weight on Ozempic than to not lose the weight because you were not going to without it. Just like it's one of those like dire situation things where it's
That's
like, okay, you're dying.
I
You're
think that's
700
I
pounds.
think that's an enabling mindset. See, I
It
disagree with
is.
that.
No, don't get me wrong. It is because
Yeah.
they're not going to catch the habits, right? They're not going to develop any good habits, and then once they go off Ozempic, they will blow back up. But say you
Not
need to
on
have a
listen,
life
not
saving surgery and you're too big.
see, not only are they not going to catch the good habits, even say if they lose weight through Ozempic, just through the course of using it, they will once they lose enough weight to be able to turn the shotgun and to put the shotgun into their mouth, they will. Because again, black box warning for severe suicidal ideation.
Yes. Yeah, that is absolutely there. Like, has tons of terrible side effects. I'm just like I'm thinking of a weird scenario where like you need to lose 100 pounds for life-saving surgery and you're gonna die otherwise. Things like that,
I
where it's
would
like, okay, there's
l-
a use case, but
listen.
don't.
It's like the opposite of metformin. Like I would rather people experiment recreationally with metformin than ever touch Ozempic. It's ironic given
Well, I
that
guess
both are technically diabetes drugs.
I was gonna say, I guess they've both been cleared for human use in certain circumstances. So,
Yeah, there you go.
unlike some of the other things we're gonna talk about in a moment.
Yep. Okay, so speaking of other chemicals that are totally fit for human use, trembolone sandwich. What's
Oh, Tren bologna sandwich.
what's
Wait, what's
our?
that picture right there? Who's that of?
I couldn't find a better picture of Tren.
Is that more place, more dates at distance?
That's more plates, more dates, and
Oh, I
a
could tell by like the 3 pixel outline that was
yeah
him.
by the Death Star delts.
Yeah.
Okay, so I believe everyone present subscribes to the Tren Hard Eat Clean. So we're just gonna put it into auspicious Fengshui. I'm fucking around.
Yeah,
Um,
I think we have to put it into like the lowest tier, like ominous feng shui, because this will destroy your soul, but you will ascend humanity when you take it.
Interesting point. Interesting. What are the actual sides of Tren? Let's list those off for the audience.
Okay, so Tren doesn't have it doesn't have as bad side effects as like pure test, so you don't have like the estrogen sides,
Hmm.
but you will get like the acne, body hair, scalp hair loss, voice changes. Your sex drive will increase. That's not really well. Sex drive will do a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
It's never been approved for human use though, and it does still do the hypergonadism thing.
Hmm.
And so like you will stop producing natural tests, which means you'll have to be on some sort of supplement like that forever. And then it has like the negative cholesterol effects, so your heart health will go to shit. Cardiac issues. You die slowly, but you ascend humanity while you're alive.
Well, you
This
put
is
let's
steroids, by the
okay,
way, for
okay,
those who don't
listen,
know.
let's specify the mechanism of work here. You put on a ridiculous amount of contractile tissue. You
Yeah,
lose a
you get
lot of body weight.
insanely big.
Yeah, you lose a lot of adipose tissue. But at the same time, you are also actively undergoing multi-organ failure and you are
Yeah,
actively going insane.
yeah. Everything. You're like, I describe these as there are people, and I kind of respect this. I would never recommend anyone does this, but I respect it. There are people in the world who are like, I don't care if I'm gonna die when I'm 40. I want to be superhuman, and that's what this is for.
Well, there are a lot of people like
That's
that, yeah, and it has its own niche. Like the
right.
the concept of the natty professional athlete is a misnomer. That just does not fucking exist in 2024. Everyone who is
Yeah,
an
unless you
elite,
have specific natty tested leagues. Yeah.
and those are not elite level athletes. Those are stunted by the fact that they are natty. Any elite,
Yeah, that's
any
fair.
any elite level, yeah, it is the actual N word, natty. But what was I saying? Fuck, I lost my train of thought. So any elite level athlete is on some sort of juice. They're definitely not taking oral trembolone, just because that's a very fringe case. But generally, as a rule of thumb, like every elite level athlete is on very, very meticulously managed, but they are still on juice. They are on gear. They are on the juicy vitamins. No one will
Yeah, way
say
more.
that. No one will say that on record because that's fucking illegal, and stop asking people that. It is
No.
asinine to go up to people and say, "Hey, are you natty?" Yes, hold my beer while I admit to a federal felony on record.
Also, trend. The one thing about it too, and a lot of people have been using it recently. Like it's been very big over just like straight up test. Is it doesn't cause as much fluid retention like regular test does, so
Hmm.
you don't have a like bloated effect. You can be leaner on trend than you can on regular steroids, so it can be deceptive to a lot of people who know steroids from like that bloated look.
I mean, well, the bloated look that most people know, I assume, is the HGH gut, which is like kind of a
Yeah,
kind
kinda.
of a
Yeah.
different problem in and of itself. So, like, if you're going to juice, do so under the observation of a very, very good sport doctor, who understands that you don't really expect to have a life expectancy past 60.
Yeah.
And once you're fine with that, yeah, you know what, go the fuck ahead. But then the combination of super therapeutic amounts of testosterone and clenbuterol will probably get you there further with fewer sides.
And I also think too, on top of that, like I mean, pretty much every bodybuilder. So to put it in perspective, all the top bodybuilders, all the top powerlifters are on gear.
Juice
They're
to
on
the
juice
gills.
gear. They're on
Yeah.
many things. Juice to the gills. 10,000, like Liver King level, right?
Yeah.
10,000 a month type stuff. They're all on that. They all know what they're getting themselves into, and a
Yeah.
lot of them started. But if you talk to them, right, a lot of them started when they were younger and they were idiots about it. But what they'll say consistently about it is like, listen, this is not something you want to do until you've been working out for over 10 years. You're over 30, and you know what the consequences
Yeah,
are.
this is
Like, I don't ever recommend this, but this is a choice that some people can make to go even further beyond if they're athletes.
yeah,
And like, I kind
steroids.
of,
I think it
yeah,
needs to be steroids are not a shortcut. They are
yeah,
a very much a burning the candle at both ends kind of solution. When you have
hmm
absolutely exhausted your natural potential and you have plateaued so hard that you are not capable to recover from the amounts of stimulus that you need to input to hypertrophy any further, this is where you either decide to just be a normal ass, very fit human being, or if you want to chase the dragon of professional athletic pursuits and you actually need to hop on the juice. Allegedly in Minecraft. Also, orange
yeah,
juice is
allegedly in
not
Minecraft.
great for you, especially the retail bottled ones. It's just essentially pure sugar with no added benefits. Just unless it's fresh squeezed juice. Yeah, it's just sugar water.
Yeah, and Japan does have those the fresh squeezed orange juice machines.
Oh, you actually went out of your way to give me Japan withdrawals again. How fucking dare you?
Sorry. Listen, I have them too. Okay.
Moving on. SARBs.
Oh, okay. This one's interesting because I care less when it comes to specifically SARMs. It's less about the effects and more about good luck getting them. Like, good luck getting them in a way that
Mm,
won't kill you, is my opinion on SARMs.
I would say, well, is there even a safety is there an understood side effect profile of SARMs?
Well, the thing is, okay, so there is some liver toxicity to it, but the problem with SARMs, so SARMs has never been approved for human use, right? So it's never
Naturally.
been naturally. This is all made in this like underground labs and stuff like that.
Hmm.
And when tested, there's been studies on this. When SARMs products have been tested, 60% of them had different ingredients from what the labels had, and only half of them actually had SARMs in them. So you're getting a grab bag essentially whenever you go into buying this stuff. And so I'm like, stay away.
So what you're saying is there's an unoccupied niche of a reputable bathtub SARMs brewery.
Well, there might be one, but it wouldn't be. I wouldn't have any knowledge of that. Is what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Okay, okay. But yeah, I think we all agree that first of all, the liver toxicity on its own is not great. It is trend light, I think, in terms of overall effects. I think that's a fair statement.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a safer. It was supposed to be a safer steroid, but you mystery bathtub compounds are being made and sold as SARMs, and we don't know. Like,
Yeah,
don't. This is dangerous.
this is SARMs, in my opinion, they are the ultimate Darwin Award because if you go out of your way to hop on SARMs at like 17 to
Oh my
boost
god.
to Sam Sulek essentially, you are a
Yeah.
functional sub 90 IQ retard. And bless your heart, keep doing what you do and go out in a blaze of veiny glory.
I feel so bad for the kids too, who like there's
I
so
do
many kids these
not.
days, teenagers hopping on this stuff, and they're just being dumb. And they're gonna now the rest of their life they're gonna pay for it. And they're gonna be in like they're gonna die early and they're juiced to the gills, and it's really sad because I have a soft spot for kids because I
Listen,
was a
it's
teacher.
not
You know, I used to be a teacher
not
and
only that, a lot of the people who think that steroid use is just the magical button that will make them rip, they end up in a situation of, yeah, you totally wrecked your endogenous testosterone production to look like you barely lift.
yeah, and the best part, the craziest part about it too is like they're 17 or 18. They're effectively on steroids as a new lifter. You know, their test is
Exactly.
insane. They can put on insane amounts of muscle, and then they want to go that extra mile, but it's going to kill them.
Fuck
And
it.
it's a bad situation all around.
Yeah, I'm trying to add another pictorial for the next one, but
Team Rocket,
wait, what? No,
you
it's
got the Team Rocket R right there.
listen, it cropped the image, unfortunately. Why is Kurmara so mean to
Don't
Zoomers?
take Team Rocket, kids.
I'm not mean to Zoomers, Daya. I am mean to idiots. It just so happens that the overlap between those two cohorts is kind of big, and that's all I will say on the subject.
I think the generations probably have good amounts of smart people and bad people.
There is only one race, the human race. Damn it, there's fuck it, I'll just use a picture of Joe Rogan.
For what now? Which one are we talking?
You will see.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let me. I'm trying to guess with Joe
Try
Rogan,
try to
but
guess, try to guess.
I mean, Test is next on the list. Is it Test?
It is TRT, yes.
All right, yeah, there you go.
Where's Joe Rogan? There he is. Okay, so we're speaking of TRT. Damn it, I did not specify if it's in TRT amounts or if it's in, like superhuman amounts. So
Yeah, I assume superhuman.
I am going to say situational
Sure.
because I include TRTs like in actual therapeutic doses that are supposed to
Oh,
keep you
absolutely.
within benchmarks. Yeah. So my attitude towards it is if you are actually hypogonadal and lifestyle changes will no longer help, you are better off hopping on the oil. If you are if you have the testosterone levels of a 12-year-old girl, it's probably too late for you, especially if you're like in your 30s and you are just fat, depressed, and have no energy. Fuck it. You are legitimately better off pinning. It is a pain in the
I agree.
ass. It can't ruin any endogenous production because you apparently have none anyway.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and it also fucks with your bone health. It fucks with your heart health. It is a predictor of early onset dementia. Just men fall apart in a variety of ways without optimal testosterone levels, and optimal levels, by
Yeah.
the way, are approaching 1,000 milliliters per nanogram mole. For those of you who are not aware, so if your doctor tells you that, oh yeah, you're definitely within reference ranges with your 250 nanograms,
Run.
fuck that. Yeah, run. Get a real
Yeah.
doctor, please.
Find a sports doctor. I'm big on this because you're absolutely right, which is like the reference ranges are all over the place, and yeah, I'm a big pro on TRT. If you're again, this is with a doctor, we're saying here, but TRT is a
Yeah.
lower dose where you're trying to just bring yourself back into normal levels, and I agree, it will make you good again. If because you're in a situation probably if you have low test, you're gonna not be sleeping right, you're gonna have no sex drive, you're gonna be depressed, your hair is gonna be falling out and all this stuff, and you're gonna look like terrible. And then you get on TRT, you go back up to optimal levels. Congrats, you're 18 again. You put on
Yeah.
muscle, you have a sex drive, you're healthy. Like you do have to take it, you do have to take it forever, but the benefits far outweigh the costs for somebody who's in a severe low test situation.
Yeah, yeah. If presented with a choice of like being actually hypogonadal, or having to haul around a pinning set, yeah, I'm definitely going with the oil.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Our sports
Are
doctors
sports
super.
doctors muscular?
You know what?
Sometimes.
Yeah, a lot of them are. Like if it's an actual sports doctor in a sports medicine capacity, a lot of them are at the very least competent marathon runners.
Yeah, yeah. Mine's pretty big. Like mine's he's not really bodybuilder, he's more of a calisthenics guy, but my sports doctor is pretty fit, pretty
Yeah,
damn jacked.
yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, like again, if it's a sports doctor who manages to do calisthenics, it means that he's very good at injury prevention. So there you go. That might
Yeah.
actually be
Yeah.
even a bigger flex than if he was a bodybuilder.
But I will say with the sports doctor thing, I mean, like let's be realistic. Not everyone has access to one close by. So like do it if you're an athlete, right? If you're just starting your fitness journey and you haven't lifted ever before, you don't need to go get a sports doctor. But if you make it part of your life and that's your career, or if that's like a huge hobby of yours and you do it every day, then yeah, absolutely makes sense. But we don't need Gen Pop taking up sports doctor slots.
Yes, but at the same time, like for most of my needs, I go to a general practitioner. It's just that my general practitioner is actually a good doctor in the sense that like, and
Right.
you need to vet your general practitioners, especially if you're going to them an insurance through an insurance network, because like their incentives are shifted. A lot of them don't want to bother with motivating things that would benefit you, but like are difficult to motivate to as an insurance claim.
Mm,
And like
yeah, and
you're
doctors
going to
too
have
are
to
just
work with that. You're
yeah.
going to have to work. You need to find a doctor that will work with you, who will actually go through your lifestyle, through things that affect you on a day-to-day basis, and will be able to work with you on things that are not needed, that go beyond just keeping you alive and less miserable. Because,
Right,
yeah,
right.
for example, the standard prescription is like you get your blood work done once a year. That's not even nearly enough. You're supposed to get your blood work done at least once every 6 months, ideally once every three.
Sure, yeah.
You will have to go out of pocket on some of those, at least until you've confirmed that you optimize whatever metrics you're going for. And when you get the blood test, when you get your blood work done, you have to insist on certain things, such as, testosterone levels, well, just generally a hormone panel, free test, that kind of
Yep.
thing. And
You got to self-advocate.
you need to self-advocate to do that, because most doctors will not go out of their way for that, and you may have to twist their arm. For example, what I did is I just concealed my all of my previous medical history. I'm saying, okay, I want my blood work done. Do you like why? Because you have no fucking idea what my blood work looks like.
Right.
You have no benchmark, no reference range. So therefore, you will do a full blood lab for me, and it will be covered by my insurance.
Mhm. And
It,
for me, what I do is I go to the place I go is actually associated with a school, so it's like a teaching
Mhm.
clinic type deal. And there's a sports guy there, but it's great because it's a teaching place. They're really on the cutting edge of new stuff, and
Nice.
they want to test you on a lot of things so that they can learn and teach. So I can go in and get whatever I want because they're like, "Oh, this is an opportunity." You know what I mean?
Nice, nice. So yeah, let's touch on the subject on super physiological amounts of test, I guess, while we're on the subject. We've covered TRT. Uh,
Yeah, steroids.
well, yeah, essentially, it's just taking tests directly. What I would say is it's only germane to you if you are, again, as mentioned previously, a professional athlete, which means you need to perform as an elite athlete. Definitely a big no-no for the general population. If you can naturally place yourself in the around 1,000 nanogram range, do it.
Yeah,
It's not worth starting to pin to place yourself back at the same 300 nanogram mole range, just to have it. Essentially, it's not worth replacing whatever natural production you have with the same amount of exogenous test. And if you want to go super physiological, that also comes with a lot of cross management shit. Like now you need to also like suppress your estradiol and things of that nature. It like becomes an entire fucking thing, and you do just shrink your own balls in the process.
right.
So like
Yeah, you have to
understand.
carry like a kit of other things to put in you too to stay
Yeah,
alive,
yeah,
basically.
yeah, yeah. And every time you want to cycle off, that's like a multi-thousand-dollar cycle of other pretty intense pharmaceuticals. So the recommendation to the general population is just don't.
Yeah, like keep in mind, this is part of my like this is my life and career, and even I don't touch that stuff. Like I'm natty. Creatine. We talked about creatine. I take creatine. That's it. Like, and this is my lifestyle. You really don't need this stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Shit, how do I what do you think would be a good picture for zone 2 cardio? I guess walking?
Oh, are we into the modalities
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
protocols and stuff like that
We
now?
got to
Fun.
we got to the exercises finally.
Sweet. This part's gonna be fun.
People walking. Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Yeah.
Walking hate.
I love walking. What do you mean?
I'll get into it a little bit more. I'm just damn, these are going to look a little bit samey at scale, but I guess that's fine. Oh, how the fuck do I show myo reps? Damn it.
Show somebody crying in psychological torture.
Dr. Mike
Sh- sh-
Israetel.
Show someone getting waterboarded. That's what my reps is like.
Listen, it's not that bad.
It should be that bad for it to be proper Maya reps.
Um Okay, let me look for let's start off the first topic while I look for the other pictures. So the first
Sure, sure.
topic is going to be cross training, and I
Yeah,
am going to put it into auspicious Feng Shui.
I
You
agree.
share your comment while I do so, and I'm gonna start shoveling in other images that we're missing.
Totally. So yeah, cross training is the idea of training across like different disciplines. So the idea of somebody who's runs, for example, might swap to doing kayaking for a little bit to kind of offset their fatigue from running and get some benefits in a different training modality. I think it's incredibly based for the general population because let's be real, you guys are not, and even me in this case, right? We're not athletes specific in a sport. And because of that, it's great to get well rounded, not just do one thing. So, cross training is just basically the idea of not just focusing on one thing. So, saying all I do is strength training. No, it's saying I do strength training, but I also do running, but I also swim, but I also maybe play like soccer recreationally and stuff like that. It's just getting a nice variety of training. I think it's great for the general population, gets you well rounded, literally no downsides, except for if you are an athlete, if you're sports specific, right? Then it might be better to focus more of your time on your sport than on cross training because anytime you're not training your sport, you could be. And in some cases, relevant like metabolic pathways for recovery are the same. So, for example, if you're a strength athlete, right? If you're a strength athlete and that's your job, you're top tier strength athlete, you do not want to be doing an excessive amount of cardio because the recovery pathway between leg day, for example, and cardio is going to be the same, and your leg lifts will suffer. So, sport specific wise, I would stay more towards your sport if you're an advanced athlete, but everyone else, I think this is top tier.
I will mostly agree. My rationale for this is slightly different, but not by a lot. I would say that rabbit holing into becoming extremely sports specific is, yeah, it's not generally useful for gen pop, and even
Yeah.
for specialized athletes. Usually, there's a lot of benefit gained from very targeted cross training. For example, if you're a jiu-jitsu competitor, you will benefit from strength training on top of that. It's
Oh,
going
totally. Yeah.
it's going to be an issue of balancing the tissue strain and the injury risk, but like there are contributing disciplines between each other, and generally being multi-talented, first of all, it's better for just your brain health because you're acquiring new skills and you're
Hmm.
supplementing certain things that aren't found in your core discipline, and at the same time you're also making sure that you're checking all of your health and fitness boxes, because usually a sport is focused on doing a single thing. For example, I don't know, competitive powerlifting is like three lifts and that's it.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, fantastic. You can pull six plates. Great. Can you walk up a flight of stairs?
No, most of the time they'll get winded,
Yeah,
but
impressive Zercher squat. Please touch your toes. Which is,
well, I was gonna say our favorite Zercher squatter can touch his toes, so
well,
he's very
that's
flexible.
because he cross trains, exactly.
Yeah, yeah,
So you can be as Grizga-pilled as you want, but in order to achieve the full Grizzy, you also need to cross train. So yeah,
yeah, yeah.
there is some difficulty in combining certain modalities. Like I cross train. What is my current schedule? I cross train knockdown karate with hypertrophy training. Well, rather, it's not even hypertrophy training. It's strength training, which sort of vacillates between hypertrophy and weight loss just because I am in the accumulation and cut cycle.
Right, of course.
And on top of that, I'm also going to be adding grappling back into the mix later this year. And on top of that, I have my like purely skill-based stuff like weapons handling. And on top of that, I also have my firearms handling. And it at some point it becomes a goat fuck in managing it across your schedule, and then you need to start programming for yourself in blocks, and you achieve a point of diminishing returns with that. For me, it is offset by the fact that, for example, I am enough of a proficient striker for my needs, and I don't need to dedicate a lot of time to striking training. I am in maintenance volume.
Hmm.
But for example, if I'm like on my firearm reps, I need to do more of those because that is a new skill set for me. So it's occupying relatively more space, and once I become comfortable enough with that, it will also start shifting towards the back burner.
Yeah.
Yeah, general comment being, learn to do multiple things, and it's good when you have a trainer to lead you through a multitude of those, but at some point you will have to be the responsible adult and schedule those for yourself, which is fucking difficult.
Right. And there is such a case too as too much. But real quick, I see Dia says you cross train, but what about cross dress?
Disavow.
Disavow. Okay, listen. Things happen in high school.
No, they
Sometimes
don't.
superlatives. You know how the football team, they'll make the football team like cross dress or something like that in high school.
No, I didn't go.
All I'm saying is I've worn a dress once before, but there was a good reason for it. Anyway, Miyu says, "What's the best protein powder and why is it Fruity Pebble?" Fair,
Incorrect.
fair.
The best flavor is chocolate nugget that no longer gets made.
Oh, by who?
Weeder.
Oh, okay. Oh, weird. Oh, wow. Yeah, I use weirder machines. I didn't
They
know they made protein.
they Weeder back in the day made a supplement line, but at some
Huh.
point they went bankrupt twice and they were purchased by a different company and they discontinued a lot of their like core bodybuilding supplements.
Gotcha.
Chocolate
Yeah,
protein
the
always
protein
tastes like
powder flavor.
that's because
It's
you
tough.
Miyu, it's because you do not know the gift of the gods that is premium whey chocolate nugget. I cannot explain to you the taste profile of it. It was too we are not pure enough as a world to deserve it, and that is why it has been taken away from us.
I got to be honest, I'm kind of a freak. So I know a good bit about obviously protein powders and casein because it's so relevant to what I do. I don't use them. I get all my protein from whole food. I eat a lot. I eat a lot of meat.
There's this protein bar and
I
it sucks. Well, listen, it's a protein bar. Protein bars are like a different form of suffering. We're talking about protein
Yeah.
shakes.
Well,
Protein
you do have to get used to protein, I think. Like protein has a rough taste. If you eat a lot of sugar, natural
Hmm.
sugar, protein taste bars taste terrible, and
Do
protein powders
they?
don't taste great either.
Huh, interesting. I don't know. I just got sort of numb to the fact that yes, you are just eating highly nutritious clay and just get over it.
Exactly. That's what you have to come down to, but I wouldn't say like protein bars don't they taste good to us, but they don't taste good.
And you just mix them with milk and they taste better. Like,
But one thing I want to say about cross training too is like there is absolutely such a thing as too much. So I run
yeah.
into examples often of like, hey, one of my clients is a pipe fitter. He's hauling big pipe all day. Haha, in the real way and the fake way. But he's putting 60-pound pipe. He's overhead pressing it constantly, 8 hours a day. Right, dude's working out all day, and then
Hmm.
he wants to come and lift 4 times a day. No,
Nice.
no. Like that's great. I love the enthusiasm, but you can't handle
So
that much
just
volume, dude. Your
wait,
work is volume.
just give him other things to do. Just target the volume differently.
Oh, totally, but like an overall, right? Like he's getting fatigued, his whole upper body's fatigued. So I can't do anything with the upper body, but then he's also squatting these things. So it comes down to like, okay, you're going to be better off working out only like 2 or 3 times a week on top of your job versus 5 or 6.
Well, yeah, 5 or 6, yeah, that's probably putting him beyond any kind of recoverable volume.
Exactly, exactly. So you got to manage that at the high end with that sort of but that's not really a cross-training problem. It's just like you have only so many slots that you can fit all these different things into like you were saying.
Yeah, well, there are two things that you need to balance. First of all of that shit takes up your recovery bandwidth. With the energy systems that they tax, and just your neurological strain that you accumulate by doing those. For because of that, for example, it's not very productive to try to learn two things at the same time. Like
Right.
two dedicated skill sets are not something that you can manage to learn at the same time. They will conflict. They will cross contaminate your movement patterns. Generally, don't just focus on one thing, get good at it, and then learn the next thing. There is also a concern for tissue wear because you need to understand what kind of stress you're accumulating with a particular form of training. Like, for example, if I do a lot of kata work, and I mean like a lot of kata work, I understand that mostly like my ankles and knees are going to be in shambles if I do that 3 times a week, especially if I'm in a deficit. It means
Mm,
that anything else on top of that that is going to stack even more tissue strain on that connective tissue is definitely out of the question. Like I can't do
right.
3 sets of like hard kata grinding and then go for a jujitsu workout at the end of the week. This is
Right,
how you
right.
get this is how you get hurt 100 fucking percent.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, and that's a good point too is like keep in mind your tendons and your ligaments and things like that. You can feel fine in your chest, right? But something also has to hold on to that weight. So maybe you're a freak, right? And your chest feels fine benching, 6 times a week, but do your wrists? You know what I
Do
mean?
your
You got to keep
shoulders?
those things in mind. Yeah, do your shoulders.
Yeah, the rotator cuff is a bitch of a joint. Like the
It really is.
yeah, the only joint that's even more of a bitch than the shoulder joint because it's like a ball and socket joint in a weird position that it did not evolutionarily adapt to fully is the knees. And like
Oh God, yeah.
those are unpleasant joints to deal with and they get injured or hurt or inflamed at the drop of a hat just because, they felt like it. Oh, you don't
Teaching
work.
people to squat's the
Yeah.
hardest thing in the world.
Yeah, you don't work out enough. Here, enjoy tendonitis. You
Yeah.
work out too much. Well, guess what, Bucko? You're getting your synovial bag punctured next week.
Yeah, surprise.
Fantastic. I forgot what were we even discuss. Oh, cross training, right?
Cross training, yeah.
Okay, zone 2 cardio. I shall place it into B tier.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
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 Let me
What do you
let
think
me.
about it?
I think. Well, first of all, it's not exercise. Walking is the. Here's the thing. It's not exercise. It's literally you expanding your needs. Not exercise.
Don't listen to Kuramaru, guys. Don't listen.
Shut. What was I saying? Non-exercise energy expenditure. Energy thermogenesis. Excuse me. But
Yeah, yeah.
walking is not exercise because it does not produce metabolic stress and metabolic responses associated with hard exercise. Literally, if your heart is not beating hard enough, you are only getting a fraction of the benefits you would otherwise. You work out
Okay,
enough,
so
it
you're
hurts.
coming at it from that perspective.
Yeah. It's from strictly the fact that if you're trying to burn calories, there are more time efficient ways to do so. Doing a hit workout
That's true.
sans other confining factors such as like you have no legs that can carry your weight. Like if you're severely obese, that definitely doesn't apply to you because, well, first of all, you're going to get into zone 3 just by standing up anyway.
Right, right.
But you have to make other considerations to like not shatter your ankles, for example. And those would be fringe cases. What about weighted jump ropes? Weighted jump ropes are great. They're definitely not zone 2, especially if you're doing them right. Those are all the way
Mhm.
into fucking zone 4. So generally when there's an exercise recommendation, for example, as part of a lot of longevity protocols, it means intense workouts. You don't have to do it for a long time. You can do those in short bursts. For example, Peter Attia has a thing that he calls like the 4x4 protocol, where you have 4 minutes of intense effort, 4 minutes of rest, and you do that 4 times. That is a
Right. So
fantastic.
that's what that was. I was asking. Yeah.
Oh shit, was it on the list and I'm
It
spoiling it?
was, and I was like, I've never heard of that
Fuck.
actually. What is that?
Okay, I guess we're counterbalancing it to that. Yeah, essentially it's like
Yeah, but I
the
do want to talk about Zone 2
yeah,
first.
yeah,
So,
yeah. It's the mirror image of zone 2. So essentially zone 2 is like getting your steps. Um in the absence of anything else, it's kind of fine. Like it's not bad for you to get your steps in. It's not bad to walk. Just understand that it is not workout. It is not exercise to walk. It's just not outside of very, very fringe cases of when walking is the only thing you can do, and even in those cases, you're better off swimming just to relieve the stress from your knees and ankles. The floor is
all right,
yours
yeah,
while I look for the next
awesome.
pictures.
Yeah, so I agree with a lot of points there. I absolutely get where you're coming from with like, yeah, it's way more efficient calorie wise to do a hardcore workout. It's way more efficient to swim for those same joint relief reasons if you're going to do something like that. Instead, that being said, I do consider it exercise. For a lot of people, I don't even know if it's even considered zone 2 at that point. We're talking about walking now. A lot of people actually do get up to a heart rate of 90 or 100 just from walking and like consistently and stuff like that, especially speed walking. And I think that's like walking is something that I think is incredibly important and is like the number one thing most people don't do enough that they could do more of that has tangible health benefits, studied heart benefits as well. So I'm actually completely opposite where I'm wicked big on walking and everyone should do it. But yeah, if you're doing
No, no,
more
you
hardcore
listen.
exercise, absolutely.
You should walk. I'm not saying don't walk, drive everywhere. I'm saying that
Yeah, of course not. But
while
do
you should
something hardcore.
while you should walk, it doesn't count. It's not
I like the
extra credit.
sustainability of it and I think it counts.
Well, I mean, again, it counts as what? It counts as getting your daily calorie burn up? Yeah, sure.
Well, no, there's a lot of health benefits and heart benefits to doing it too.
As opposed to just being generally non-sedentary.
Well, that's the point, right? We're comparing people who like walking is how you become like not how you become, but it's one way to just easily not be sedentary. We are comparing to sedentary here. Yeah, it sitting down kills you. We know that, right? So
Yes.
walking as an alternative to sitting down is great.
Okay. Let's settle on. It is definitely better than nothing. But chat, we expect you to do more and suck less.
Well, hey, maybe Kuramaru does. Want to expect greater too, but I want to also tell you, getting your steps is great. That's my personal
No, no,
opinion.
get your steps. Get your fucking steps. It just doesn't count. It not
Give
counting.
me.
It not counting does not alleviate the fact that you still need to do it.
Yeah, that's fair. I just, I think it counts. Is
You
all.
just get no extra credit for it. It's like, yeah, you did it, so fucking what?
I think it's great. I think it's great. That's all I'm gonna say, Kuramaru. Anyway, Miu's asking, how do we gain 5 kilograms in under 2 months? Hold on. Is that even a good
Ah.
rate?
Wait, two
Five
kilograms in
kilograms.
2 months? Yeah, that's pretty easy. That's like
No,
just
5 in 2 months.
just over 10 pounds. Wait, no. Yeah, just over 10 pounds, like 15 pounds.
Yeah, so that's fine for someone who's
Easy.
under. Yeah, 2
Easy.
pounds a week.
Not okay. So, how much trend do you plan to do, Miyu?
Yeah, good question.
But no, like I wouldn't call that sustainable, but definitely something that's possible.
Yeah, please don't sustain that.
What
two
the?
pounds a week is like the upper limit of what I would ever give anybody, and only in certain circumstances, I think.
Yeah, there's definitely a protocol that needs to be set up there, and it needs to rely on a lot of your particular circumstance. But if you
Totally.
yeah, if you would like us to look at that and maybe produce some kind of baseline recommendations, just ask me and Alpin, and we'll have some sort of intersecting opinion. That's probably going
Totally.
to be
Yeah.
yeah, it's probably going to be somewhere along the line of eat enough protein and carbs and fats, and
That's
have
right. Yep.
some sort of basic exercise regimen set. And as I've said previously, walking doesn't count.
Yeah, because if you gain weight too fast, so if you're gonna bulk beyond like 2 pounds a week is already,
Oh boy, don't I know
especially
it.
for someone, if someone's underweight, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's already gonna be a significant percentage of your body weight per week.
Yeah.
That's a little much because you're just gonna gain a lot of excess fat where you want to be gaining muscle instead. But if you're underweight, it's always good to get to a healthy weight versus staying underweight. So, excuse me, hiccups. You got to do what you got to do.
Mm-hmm.
Daya, I gotta say, Daya with the egg problem here. Daya wanted to eat eggs for his protein intake, and I was helping him
Okay.
out. And Daya has run out of eggs for like a week now. Daya, just go get more eggs.
Diet. You're aware that eggs just exist in the store. You can just go and buy
You can
them.
you can go get them. You can go buy protein, Daya, please,
Yeah, it's
please buy,
no one
please.
no one is gatekeeping eggs from you. They are literally in the store for you to buy.
It's been a week, Daya. Please go buy your protein.
At least drink milk.
I will say too, just a general disclaimer. I always say this, but getting people to eat their protein is the hardest thing in the world
Is
as a
it?
trainer because nobody understands how much you actually need. We're talking about optimal levels here. We're talking about for men, like we're talking over
Mm-hmm.
150 grams, right?
Yeah.
For most men. And that's more than a pound of meat.
Wait,
If
wait,
you're
wait,
doing
wait.
meat, there's other ways to do it.
Explain the math behind that. Like the actual recommended ratios. Like we're at what?
Sure.
The point of diminishing returns is 1 gram per pound of body weight.
I
Um,
go even lower, I'd say, because the whole 1 gram per pound thing
that's
was
why
already throwing extra,
that's why I
what's
said
it called?
point of diminishing returns. That's why I was very specific with my wording.
No, no, no. I would say that's even like you're well beyond that, even at that point. Uh, I say 0.75 per pound personally, and that's like the 0.75 thing is already using two standard deviations of to be absolutely sure. So going even farther beyond that is like there's really almost no use cases. But it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I eat that much, but for prices purposes, right? Because protein is expensive. 0.75 per pound of body weight.
Counterpoint. Connective tissue repair.
Yeah, that's all totally fine in that. That's all like included and stuff like that.
Okay, so that's protein. Fats. The number I've heard thrown around was 0.6 grams per pound of body weight. What do you say?
Yeah, I always come at it from an actual gram perspective, like calculation wise. I just like to see over about 56 or so for men and like 48 for women.
Mm-hmm. As like a fat ratio. Can you explain to the chat as to why?
Yeah, totally. So when you have too low fats, right, it actually this is dietary fat we're talking about. We're not talking about body fat, just to
Yeah.
clarify for any beginners in chat and stuff like that. But it will absolutely tank your testosterone production and many other hormones, including your vitamin shuttling, the vitamin absorption too. If you have low
Mm-hmm.
dietary fats, it again just kind of kills you slowly. So don't eat too little fat.
Oh yeah. What do we do with carbs?
With carbs, that's the rest. As far as I'm concerned, do fat and calories and protein, and then carbs are the rest. Because
Yeah.
like carbs give you energy, right? There's nothing wrong with eating carbs, nothing at all. You can, we're going to talk about keto in a bit, I'm sure, but
Yeah,
I
it's
usually
coming up.
do, yeah, focus calories, focus protein, focus fats, everything else goes to carbs.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, usually whenever you need to make up a deficit, carbs are your first source for that.
Yeah.
And after that, any kind of difference that's left that you need, if you need, for example, a steeper deficit, I'm afraid you're gonna have to get off your ass and actually work out and produce that deficit
Yeah,
through
you got it.
workouts.
Yep, got to get more food for yourself.
Fantastic. I forgot what were we even discussing. I just fell off
Next was going to be
completely.
myo reps, I think.
Myo reps are next. Okay, I found someone. I found Jared Feather suffering in the leg press.
Oh, beautiful.
I'm going to say that it's situational, just because
Yeah, it is.
it's like a very very niche protocol for when you're past desensitized to stimulus. You're like in your week 7 of your comp prep, and nothing works, and everything breaks, and you just need to get the fucking volume to not lose any contractile tissue while you're cutting.
Yeah, and you have 15 minutes if we're talking about a whole myo rep workout.
Yeah. Okay. Now, oh, explain what myo reps are because it's a bit opaque in terms of terminology.
Sure. So, like a myo rep set basically is when, say, you're doing a set of 5. Traditionally, you're going to do a set of 5 for bench press, let's say, or curls, something easier,
Mm-hmm.
curls, something not compound, or in the same way. And you do your sets, you do your set of 5, and then you drop it. Well, what a myo rep set would do is instead you're going to do a set of 5, and then you're going to wait 2 seconds, and then do another set of 5 if you can. And then you're going to wait 2 seconds and do another set of 5. And then you're going to wait 2 seconds and do another set of 5. And you basically keep going until you don't even need weight anymore, in many cases, for a full like workout in a particular like exercise for it, to the point where you can barely like raise your arms. Like a true myo rep set is one that's taken completely to failure all the way in, very little rest in between. So you're not resting, you're not giving the muscle time to rest. You're just going right into it again. Quick break, back into it.
Hmm. See, that intersects a lot with what I would refer to as drop sets. Thank you. May I have
It
another?
does, yeah.
I think okay. So wouldn't it technically be a myo rep? For example, I have my number of sets set, and for example, I don't know, I do leg press for like 20 reps, but my target rep is like 25. So would it technically still be myo reps if I, well, not put the weight down, but like I lower the weight completely, get a moment of rest, do however many reps I can, get to failure, don't get off the machine, don't put the weight down for another however many seconds it takes me to like barely recover, and then do another batch of just however many reps I have in me
I actually
without
think that
lowering the weight.
drop set and myo reps tend to be used interchangeably quite a bit. And I think
Hmm.
I think the only difference is myo reps tend to be harder. Well, so the only difference I consider is like a myo rep, the way that I've used it and the way I've seen like Mike Israetel use it, for example,
Hmm.
is used within an entire like exercise and used as a one exercise thing. Whereas a drop set is more used as like the final set of a normal
Yeah,
exercise,
that
where you
was
take it all the way to failure.
that was what I was thinking of.
Okay, yeah.
Do you also shout loud Russian profanities while doing myo rep sets?
No, unfortunately, I don't know Russian, but there's some profanities.
Yeah.
But myo reps are really okay. So I like myo reps a lot. I think they're incredibly effective. They're great. The problem, sustainability. I don't know if you've ever seen the video of Mike taking a pro athlete through an entire myo rep
Oh,
exercise.
I did
But
that
the
to
idea
myself.
was, yeah, yeah. You have 15 minutes. Myo reps are great where it's like, do you want the same stimulus as a full exercise and you're time constrained? You have 15 minutes. If you want to literally torture yourself, that's how you do it. So my reps are great, but I think the mental damage it takes and psychological torture it takes to have like ever even think about doing that
Mental
consistently,
damage. I did
no
that.
way.
I did that to myself on leg press, and I couldn't walk for 3 days.
Oh yeah, yeah, but it's also psychological torture because taking
Yeah.
true Meyer rep like exercise, taken that often to failure will have you crying.
You
Will have people whimpering,
realistic yeah,
crying.
yeah,
Yeah,
realistically, I did sort of cap off at my own point of failure. Like unfortunately, to fully
yeah,
to fully exhaust that option, you do need Mike Israetel standing over you and insulting your dignity and saying that his dead grandmother could do more reps with that weight.
exactly.
Also, thank you for
Yeah, you need
redeeming the
someone
tea
else.
Crespian and me. I am currently consuming the tea that I have by me.
Oh, nice. I just have water.
No, I have a Wild Tiger Energy, and I have a freshly brewed Teguanin.
Oh, nice. I haven't messed with tea that much. Like I barely know anything about it. Drank like one ever.
I am drinking Mew to answer your question. This is Tieguanyin. Tieguanyin is a semi-fermented Chinese oolong. So it's on the greener side, despite the fact that it has been somewhat fermented. It has to say it's more of a floral slash fruit based palette. Very nice. Kind of difficult to source the good preparations of it though. You're all in for pu'er, but what kind of pu'er? I have some raw pu'er still left, but I need to buy a new brick because I've mostly consumed it. Okay.
Brick? It's a brick?
So pu'er tea it originally was created as a means of conserving tea for long-term storage and transportation. So what they do is, um, again, my condolences on your mediocre taste. So what they do is when they gather the leaf preparations that are cultivated specifically for pu'er preparation, they will roll it, steam it, and then they will leave it out in sort of in bales of tea, like hay bales, and let it just naturally ferment in a humid environment in like a prepared warehouse. So, and it will start the fermentation process. And from that point onward, they will take clumps of the hardened and stuck together fermenting tea, and they will compress it into a brick form or into a plate form, depending on the specific manufacturing process that they're following. For cheaper preparations that pretend to be that pretend to be higher in tea, it's what's referred to as ripened pu'er. So they will roast it to give it like an aged, darker infusion look. And that's it. From that point onward, that tea will never change. It'll be the same stable, darkish brown brew with heavy, earthy tones to it. Wooden, earthy tones. If it's a properly made raw pu'er, it's going to be very green, very astringent, very floral at the point of manufacturing, but then it is supposed to be aged in specific conditions, usually like with limited moisture and good airflow. At which point it will start not necessarily caves, that there are specifically designed conditions for that. Caves are more of a ham and cheese kind of thing. But so what as yeah,
I'm lost.
as sorry, as the fermentation process continues within the compressed tea, the taste profile will start mutating, for lack of a better term. It'll become less astringent. It's going to become less grassy, less floral, and it's going to start to develop sort of fruit tones to it if it is aging correctly. Because sometimes you will
And ham and cheese?
ham and what do you mean? And ham and
You said
cheese?
ham and cheese
I, s-
earlier.
I said caves are used for aging ham and cheese. Yeah, like for example,
Oh, okay, okay.
yeah, like what was it? It's Spanish jamon, Spanish ham is aged in caves. Like if it's black pork, they'll take a pork leg, they'll salt it, and they'll leave it out to be like conserved in a cave environment. Yeah, floral. Let's see, earthy is usually a hallmark of a lower quality tea. It's never supposed to go earthy. Earthy is for for Shu puers, not for Sheng puers. Sheng puers should consistently stay on the fruity sort of think. Fuck, how should I think like dried prunes with some woody overtones, like a cognac, something like that. So that this is like the target taste profile for a brick of puer, which it will achieve somewhere in between 15 to 20 years of fermenting after it's been processed.
I like cultivating muscle for 15 to 20 years, so I can understand that.
That is also optimal. You do gradually develop the brick shithouse palate. But yeah, now that that autistic tangent is over, we can actually get on with the tier list. Where does Gatorade go in the tier list? Gatorade is in situational diets over here. I frown on you for not paying attention. You're
Maybe can he read it? Maybe he can't read it. Maybe it's like too far
well,
away.
he was here when I was explaining it, so it still doesn't count.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, pay attention in class. Okay, I'm
I give
adding.
him the benefit of the doubt. Sometimes I have to explain things like twice to,
Yeah, twice is fine. Twice is fine. Okay, maybe he was assuming that Gatorade gets his own tier. It doesn't.
Oh yeah,
Um,
yeah.
okay, we are on Maya reps. Let's go for the next. The next easy one is full ROM.
Okay, good.
Yeah, full range of motion or excessive range of motion.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Where are moths on the tier list? I'm not aware of the exercise benefit of moths, Digby. You're gonna have to elucidate that
Yeah,
one.
what are we doing with moths?
So go ahead, Team Full ROM. You have any hot takes about that?
Yeah, so what this refers to is full range of motion. This just means that when you're doing an exercise, you're getting as deep as possible, stretching the muscle as much as possible. This is optimal for hypertrophy. There's no reason really not to do it unless you have an injury. You should do it. It's the best thing ever. It makes things more efficient. Absolutely, please do this.
Yeah, if it's not full ROM, it doesn't count.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. We're pretty much on board here. What do you make of excessive ROM? Like for example, you can do lateral raises like to shoulder height, or you can go
Yeah,
slightly to head level.
I like it if people feel comfortable with it because when you get into things like that, especially with like lat raises, some people's shoulders just don't feel comfortable in that
Mm-hmm.
position. I think if you feel comfortable doing excessive, go for it.
Astagrass squats.
Sure.
Okay, fantastic. We're on the same page here.
Yep.
Chasing and eating moths. Digby, that goes into cross training. That's in auspicious Feng Shui.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So you do you. You continue being silly. I am going to group up the next two categories into one. So that's one is not going past 90 degrees on your exercises and also unstable weight training.
All right, put those both in evil tier for me, please.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, general explanation. We've explained full ROM. Essentially going to half range of motion has no added benefit and is actually a detriment to you because you accumulate the same axial and central nervous system fatigue while gaining half of the benefit, if not less, because you are also
Yeah,
excluding the stretch. And unstable training is poo poo dog shit, and whoever tells you otherwise is a dipshit.
I'm so glad we agree.
It so there are forms of stable training, unstable training that make sense when it's, for example, skill development. But those are
Yeah.
like very, very, very specific modalities, and none of them include
Mhm.
a fucking Bosu ball.
Or if you live in trampoline world where the floor is all trampolines, then it might make sense.
Yeah, there you go. Cat's got the ideal exercise regime already figured out. I mean, their sleep schedule is pretty good.
So to describe real quick though, unstable weight training refers to literally training in unstable environments. So like squatting on a Bosu ball.
Yes, yes.
No, this is stupid. This is really dumb. Don't do this.
Yes. Well, first of all, you will injure yourself. Second of all, the lack of stable posture will actually prevent you from optimal force production on a physiological level.
Yep.
Therefore, your muscles will not contract. You will not accumulate just the physical damage that is necessary to produce an adaptation, and you will waste a shit ton of your time looking like an idiot.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah. So fuck you, Joel Seedman.
Yeah, I was gonna say anytime you see a Hollywood workout where they're on a Bosu ball doing something unstable, just throw it right in the trash.
Yeah,
So yeah, and
despicable.
then 90
Yeah,
degree joint angle is a great way to say half repping it,
yeah, exactly. So, burn in hell, you despicable cocksucker.
but politely on my end.
Yeah, sure. Let's see what we got there. Continuous heart rate monitors. You're eating chicken.
Okay, this was an interesting one. Yeah, I didn't
Mm,
really have an opinion on this.
I okay, so if we're going to approach this from a perspective of someone being deliberately effortful with their health, right?
Yeah,
Then I'm going to have to place it into auspicious Feng Shui
sure.
because it provides consistent, quantifiable metrics on like a whole swath of shit. Like it gives you so much data. Maybe it gives you more data than you need, but then again, you are just
Yeah,
at liberty to use the only the data that you need. I specifically wear a Whoop tracker, and I have been crutching on it for like the better part of I guess 5 years now. It is so a lot. It depends on like it gives you some excessive data, but you're also at liberty to ignore it. For example, my Whoop tracker gives me my resting heart rate when I sleep. It tracks just generally my phases of sleep with very good, very high precision. It tracks my calorie expenditure and not just my needs. It tracks my overall calorie expenditure because it tracks my heart rate. It guesstimates my overall spend without metabolic spend. And so far, just based on my weight manipulations that I've based on whatever readings the Whoop gives me, they have been spot on. As long as
that's good.
yeah,
Yeah.
if I stay under whatever expenditure the Whoop tells me, I lose weight. If I go over that, I gain weight. And this has been consistent. It
Hmm.
means that the readings it gives are have a high degree of accuracy. On top of that, it
I
also makes tracking workouts very, very easy. My only gripe is, please, for the love of fucking God, it has been 5 years, add a custom workout. Yeah, go ahead.
I just gotta say that I unless you're at our level, don't trust your calorie burn on those things. Please. I've seen it too many times. They're all like most of them. So I've looked this is like an extensive fight of mine,
Hmm.
but most of the like step counter like calorie
Not a step.
trackers,
It's
heart
not a
rate
step
monitors
counter.
on the
Not.
market.
It's not a step counter. It's not a step counter.
Oh,
If
sure.
you
Okay.
if you have a
Okay.
good one that is strapped to you 24/7, it will give you a very reliable guesstimate of what you're doing.
Yes, if it's good, there's just too many on the market right now
I can
where like it's
yeah,
like
listen, I can only speak
yeah,
to Garmin's and Whoops. Everything else is outside of my purview. I've never used
sure.
them, and I make no recommendations. Whoops are great, despite the fact that I hate subscription services with a passion, but it's fucking worth it. It's like $30 or something like that to know my exact like biomarkers day to day.
Absolutely. And I love them too. Like I've used one before. I've used a Garmin before, and I think they're really great. Like Digby mentioned, it can be excessive data, but you can ignore it.
Sure.
And I think that's still good data. Like as long as you don't let it get in your head. Like if you're a numbers person and you start stressing about the fact that your sleep isn't optimal and then you sleep less because you're stressing about it, that's obviously a problem. But and then maybe it's not for you. But yeah, the only concern I have, I think they're great. But like I said, yours works well, and I just worry for beginners. I've seen way too many people close
Yeah.
to me like show me their calorie tracker and it telling them that they're burning 6,000 calories a day and they need to eat that much. No, not even exaggerating. And I'm like, oh my god, no.
Okay, so I think the main takeaway here is get a good heart rate monitor.
Yeah,
Don't buy, I don't know, don't rely on an Apple Watch or some other form of
please.
yeah, some other form of Chinesium. Just get a reputable brand, pay once, cry once for a Garmin, or go for a Whoop and pay constantly and cry constantly, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. Those Apple Watches in particular, those are my enemies.
Well, it's not even built to do that. I don't know why it has the function even. Your old Samsung watch was
Yeah.
pretty good. Well, there you go. Buy superior Korean engineering, I guess.
Yep. I'm sure you do, Daya. If you get an Apple Watch, wiggle your arm, you burn a lot of calories. Yeah, because it tracks everything wrong.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so yeah, I think just generally this is a very good approach to monitoring, and I maintain that monitoring and having and an informed outlook on your current state of health is very, very important because otherwise
Absolutely.
it is just the blind leading the blind. Like the
Yeah, who
way,
knows?
yeah, the way I manage to shave off time of my off my mile is just by consistently tracking it. I consistently track my sleep. I track my resting heart rate. I track my performance when I run at set distances, and it gives me a trend line. Whoop specifically now has a very bare bones integration of ChatGPT, but it's mostly good for having it dig deep into like the SQL tables of your longitudinal data and just looking for correlations, or at the very least, just
Okay, yeah.
putting up specific numbers like what was my best heart rate variability score, and it'll like pull it up and give you a date instead of me having to pour over the data manually. Okay. Training journals.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's spicy. I'm going to say A. Maybe, or do we put it in S tier? What do you say?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, it's definitely one of them. It's definitely one of them. I don't see what the downside is, though. Is the only reason why I wouldn't put it like in A.
You're kind of right. My concern is that not every workout can be consistently cataloged. For ex
Oh,
in
that's true. Again, I'm thinking strength training
Yeah,
or
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
yeah,
For
hypertrophy.
strength training, it's definitely a must. Like it's very straightforward. You've completed a full set with full ROM. Yeah, there you go. You get to count
Yep,
that
there's
as
the
a
number.
yeah. There's the reps, there's the weights, and you have that catalog. That's fairly cut and dry. But for example, things like skill work, kind of less so, kind of difficult.
Totally.
Yeah, for cardio workouts, you can, I guess, note down part times, but then you're distracting yourself from the work with the record keeping, and it just becomes a tremendous fucking mess.
Yeah, my bias came in there. I was only thinking about weight training, so I totally get what you're saying.
I'd say generally journaling and keeping track of shit is good.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have the luxury of doing less of that because I crutch on the heart rate monitor that does a lot of that work for me.
Hmm.
So, like by default, journaling is important. I probably just appreciate it less because I delegate a lot of it to my heart rate monitor.
Totally. Yeah. And for me, strength training and hypertrophy, depending on what I'm doing at the time,
Yeah.
is my focus. So journaling, and we're not just talking about writing in the journal, digitally as well,
Yep.
is hyper important to everything I do to track my lifts. So it's way more important for me.
I'm shooting myself in the leg by doing this before I have a Whoop affiliate link, but Whoop also has a very good workout tracker for strength training. It's just
Oh, sick.
yeah, it's just convenient for tracking your reps and weights and like I don't think it works on trend lines, so that's why I also have like a paper hardcover book that I use for logging down my workouts. And as I get progressively tired, it becomes less legible chicken scratchings, even though it's already like in half Japanese code anyway.
Nice.
I should post my workout records once. It literally looks like an Elder Scrolls.
That's amazing. Yeah, because it's just be kanji randomly. Oh man, I'll
Essentially,
die. I'll die looking at that.
it's random bad cursive and kanji. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So definitely catalog your workouts. While I remember this, what do you say on linear progression?
Sure, I like progression. I think linear is great. There can be some downsides like here and there when you get more advanced and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's you can't expect to always have linear progression, obviously, at past a certain point. But for beginners, for intermediates, it's pretty good stuff.
Okay, but within a cycle, for example, like you're
Oh
on,
yeah,
yeah, like within a mesocycle, would it make sense for like mostly anyone probably to maintain linear progression?
I'd say so. Yeah, I think for the most part, there's very few fringe examples where it wouldn't, but I think for vast majority of people, like nobody I train doesn't use progression. So in this
Mm-hmm.
way.
Okay. Yep, that does make sense. I'm not sure what kind of picture to put for the next. Like, fuck it, we'll just use a cube. Mm, let's talk about the anabolic window.
All right.
And I'm just gonna go ahead and state my objectively correct opinion on it. Go ahead.
I mean, it's real. I think it's just bigger than a lot of people think.
Yes, I think the problem with a lot of the recent opinions, and I'm going to state that those are opinions because they're not really substantiated by anything, is that like the contrarian mid-maxer type who wants to like disagree with everything the bros do, like they'll say, "Oh yeah, that's like unsubstantiated or it produces only fractional effects and it's not revolutionary."
Yeah,
Yeah, sure.
which is usually me, to be fair.
Fair, but I maintain that if I stack enough of these optimal strategies, if I metagame my training and nutrition enough, the combination of all of those fractional effects will actually push me forward by a good 10-15%.
I agree with that, and I've done the same thing. Like personally, I never recommend it to people because it's mental insanity, but to strive for optimal is something I've messed with, even to the point of eating like, 7 times a day, spaced out 3 times apart for optimal muscle protein synthesis, all that stuff. I've messed around with optimal too, so I totally get it.
You've heard it here, folks. You've heard it here first, folks. Alpin actively undercuts other people's gains while he continues to be optimal.
No, listen. No, it's just that with the anabolic window, the reason why I would rail against it generally is that the old, when people think about it, what they think it means is that if you don't eat protein within 30 minutes after workout, you die and you don't ever get any benefits at all. And
Okay, yeah, that's
that's
fair.
obviously not true. Yeah, it's just that what we know now, at least what I know scientifically, is that you're good within 4 hours of the workout as long as you're loaded with protein. So as long as you're not fasted and you're within 4 hours
Mm,
of the workout, you still have the amino acids in you. Your muscle protein synthesis is still
wait,
elevated. You're
wait,
good to
wait.
go.
But is there not an acute benefit like directly after the workout? Because my understanding is that there is nutrient prioritization in effect for like the first 30 to 40 minutes directly after stimulus.
Right. So that is what I'll say is that's what we all actually used to believe. I
Mm-hmm.
recently, not even recently, I would say, but I believe there is a good body of evidence against that now.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with it though. There's no reason not to do that. It's one of those like I do it too. I eat directly after I work out, regardless of the science.
Chat,
It's my own brainworms,
he's
but
doubling down on gatekeeping the good strats. I can't believe it.
I don't think there's any reason not to do it. But there's like just constraints. I don't want people to freak out if they can't get protein within 30 minutes.
He wants you
But
to be
I do think that it has been studied and it around 4 hours seems to be fine. We might be talking about a 1%, 2% here, though, to be honest. We might be talking about, like, yeah, if you do eat it within 30 minutes afterwards, it might be a little more optimal. It might be very slightly optimal.
Yeah, I'm generally on the same track for that. So the reason
Hmm.
I put it into S tier into auspicious feng shui is because I think little strategies like that go a long way, especially over a long time. You've seen people eat Rice
Yeah.
Krispies after workouts.
After, are you sure it wasn't inter workout?
Yeah, I mean, after workout is also like I did that when I experimented with circuit training with weights, because what I would do is I
Hmm.
would have a circuit of hitting every muscle group or like every major muscle group for at least 10 reps for, and I did that as like 3 circuits. So I would go like, I don't
Yeah.
know, pull up, squat, deadlift, like those are both back exercises, but like pull up, squat, bench press, abs, or whatever. And I would have like 6 or 7 exercises in one circuit, and I would do 3 circuits like that. By the end of it, I am so my liver glycogen is so depleted. I was literally on the verge of throwing up.
Hmm.
So I would need at least like some baseline glucose. I need something just to survive. So I
Yeah.
can see someone defaulting and running straight to carbs to survive after a hard workout.
And there's actually some good science behind it too. This is a real fringe one, and a lot of people haven't heard about this one. But you get actually a slight benefit for muscle protein synthesis and recovery to having carbs with your protein directly after a workout.
Yeah,
So there's actually a slight benefit there. So it makes sense as long as they're also eating protein. I don't want to see someone just eating carbs.
yeah. Those are kind of different things that you're hitting at there because
Yeah,
consuming just the carbs is there to replenish your glycogen stores in case you
for
are
sure.
like extremely fatigued. Like in my case, I literally was on the verge of actually throwing up. So I consumed a protein bar, which has carbs and proteins, and then I would go to sleep on the lobby couch at the gym.
Yeah, totally, totally.
Yeah, just I do not give a fuck. I will do that. And then I would wake up and I would eat my thermos full of noodles and chicken.
That's sick. Yeah, you just pass out of the gym and you're like, yummy.
I was definitely bro maxing in that particular moment.
Yeah, there's absolutely a certain level of high intensity training where you do, and this goes for actually long steady state as well. Like if you're doing high intensity training and you're doing it for longer than like an hour, hour and a half,
Hmm.
that's when something like an inter workout carb actually makes a lot of sense. To like you've been going long enough that your glycogen is gone, and if you still have more in the workout, eating it and then keep going, for something fast acting might actually make a lot of sense. So there's a
Yep.
lot of scenarios like eating in general around your workouts probably a good idea.
Eating kind of based.
Yeah, it is. It's always absolutely.
Not to
That's
yeah,
the number one best thing ever. So
not to oversimplify it. But yeah, I had some kind of valuable thought there, and then I lost it completely. There's an intro. So yeah, there you go. There's a universal drink that I mix for myself that is like an intra workout slash pre workout mix, loosely,
hmm
which is essentially it's matcha tea mixed with Pocari Sweat in a water bottle.
oh man,
That is literally what I sometimes do. I will mix just plain water with a little bit more Pocari Sweat than is the standard dosage, and I'll drop maybe 3 or 4 scoops of matcha tea into it and just mix the thing. The taste is rancid.
yeah, creation.
It is absolutely fucking horrific. But once you become depleted enough on your basic salts, on your minerals, it tastes fantastic. Well, first of all, you just no longer care. Like after you've been
Right, right.
running laps in the 100-degree heat, like you sweat twice your own weight into the t-shirt that you're wearing that now resembles a wet floor mop. That bottle is like the only thing you can think of. You would
You're like, please, anything in my mouth now.
exactly, yes. It is the you produce the sloppiest ahegao while drinking that bottle.
Yeah, I've produced some foul stuff in the pursuit of like getting my protein in or getting my, macros in. So I understand.
Yeah. My
You do
condol
crazy things.
my condolences to anyone who has to witness it, but this is the price of being optimal. Okay. Let's move on. Meditation. And okay, I'm not going to narrow it down. I'm just going to say like meditation as a generalized practice if I can. Yeah, okay, it's moving. And I will say, I'm tempted to be an ass and put it in devious, but I'm going to say
Really? I'm
be or
surprised. I expect you to put it all the
situational.
way to auspicious.
Nah, not in the pop culture meaning of it. And I
Oh,
will,
okay.
yeah, yeah. So the way so what most people call meditation and like what is the commercialized or commoditized version of meditation that is being sold as part of like any protocol, that is dog shit. It just doesn't do anything. There is no measurable, there is no qualitative substance to it. It is just a fucking waste of time. You are just doubling down on the cope of spiritual, not religious. Fuck you. You are a pretentious
Oh, you have a
larper.
strong opinion on this one.
Yeah, it is. It is.
I was just thinking like, oh, it's great to self-reflect and lower your blood pressure.
If you want to lower your blood pressure, do breath work. That's it. Or I don't know, take some statins. Mm, but yeah,
You
no,
would really recommend people take statins over a healthy breathing exercise,
I
or
would, I would,
along with.
I would recommend that people do something that is, actually has a measurable effect rather than fucking nothing.
I think is kind of cool.
Listen, here's the thing. Meditation, actual meditation, is a practice. It is usually a practice that is centered around creating certain mental states. and it
Yeah.
is a deliberate and granular practice that is learned in a deep forest at the top of a mountain, or in a lot of the Zen school interpretations while polishing a mirror, like while polishing the mirror of your consciousness. But it is very deliberate work. It is work that it's not done by sitting down in your living room. A lot of exercise modalities can be actual meditation, but then it sort of becomes a byproduct of that work. For example, while I am doing a lot of my kata work, technically in the Zen sense, that is meditation because I am my objective is to just lose myself in the process to the extent that I no longer have an internal dialogue, or that
Totally. Yeah.
I am capable of focusing on the task at hand while isolating any kind of interfering or peripheral thoughts. That is actual meditation. And you are better served having that as a component of something else you're doing rather than I don't know, stinking up the room with bad Indian incense and listening to pretentious music while rolling your eyes in a not even really lotus pose.
Yeah, I was gonna say I definitely get that, like the pulp culturalization of it. But I think like I personally would probably put it in auspicious because I'm just coming at it purely from the angle of like, hey, it's good to self-reflect. I do believe though I would, it's different because I'm not talking about any specific protocol. What I'm just saying is I think you can enter an inner world of your mind anywhere as long as you block everything out. But
Yeah,
I do tend to do a lot of like the forest walk type stuff. I do
yeah,
a lot of that
for
personally where
again,
I
see,
just lose myself in
you're
the
not
woods.
you're not sitting cross-legged while someone else hums with a fucking singing chalice over you.
True, true,
Yeah,
true. I get that.
that's what I mean by when this is definitely the pop culture definition of meditation. Like every time I see some fucking pretend millionaire, high performer talk about how he dedicates 30 minutes of his day to meditate in his special spirituality room, I desire nothing more than to punch him with a fucking extended knuckle right in the middle of his fucking face so that I can puncture his skull.
That one's a bit of a pet peeve, huh?
It needs
No, I
this,
get that though. It is
yeah.
because it does feel disingenuous. It feels like they're doing it to show off in that scenario because it's an influencer video usually. Like
Yeah,
they're showing you that's their daily life to appear so connected, and it's definitely pretentious and a little disingenuous. But
it
I
is
think it's
a
totally
LARP.
fine to
Yeah.
like even if you don't have all the tools and the zen and stuff, I think it's a good idea for anyone to begin reflecting on their actions and themselves
Yeah,
and
you don't need to
and
meditate
the
for that.
universe and stuff.
That's my point.
True, true.
It's not a
Yeah.
standalone practice. Sit the fuck down and draw circles on paper and do it
Yeah, but
enough until you no longer perceive the paper nor yourself.
I think any time dedicated on that seriously is definitely like, yeah, auspicious. I would consider that.
Sure. But
But that's
again,
only seriously.
yeah,
Like I'm saying, not in a performative way.
yes, there you go. Damn it. It's cropping the fucking tiles so unfortunately. We're going to have to name those off, I guess. What's next on the list? We've dwelled on that a little bit.
We did
Meditation
4x4 next, I
for
think, on
yeah.
mine at least.
Okay, 4x4s. Mm, it's starting to seize up a little bit.
It's getting tired.
It's getting tired. Okay, I would say 4x4s. I'm gonna put them in auspicious, and I will explain why.
Right, yeah, because I've never even heard of this before, so I was like, teach me on this one.
Okay, so essentially it is just a protocol of cardio training specifically that is designed to produce a metabolic response. It's not there to make your VO2 max higher, although it can do that when correctly
Hmm.
attributed. But the purpose of it is to put your body into a condition of such severe systemic stress that you receive a metabolic response that is beneficial to your long-term longevity and reducing all-cause mortality. And it's an intersection of your neurological health and of your cardio health and of your overall well-being, provided you also don't injure yourself in the process.
Right.
So it's not sports specific in the sense that you can apply this protocol to whatever modality of training is germane to you. And I think for the purposes of generalized fitness and your longevity just as a lifestyle, it is very beneficial for everyone to adopt this at least in one form or another. Like
Hmm.
no one is going to be at a detriment from doing this, for example, once a week. Like once a week you go to the track and you just do 4x4s running. Like you have 4 minutes of good effort running, 4 minutes of rest, and then you do that 4 times. You will be better coming out of it every time you do it. And for example, I do that on the heavy bags occasionally. Like I'll go on the heavy bag, I'll go ham for 4 minutes, and I'll do that 4 times, and it sucks donkey balls while you're doing it, but you come out first of all doing something difficult, something effortful, and you've definitely put in enough work that it's generating positive responses,
Yeah.
and those will go a very long way.
I like it. It sounds good. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely, and I agree with you where it's like I don't see any downside to doing that. No matter what else you're doing,
Yeah,
even just one times a week,
just
that's not going to like cause any interference problems or anything like that, you know.
yeah, like you'll be fatigued. You'll burn like a good 600 to 700 calories, depending on what you're doing and what your effort is. But generally, as long as you're not being a dum dum and hurting yourself, you'll be fine.
Cool. Yeah, neat.
Okay.
Yeah, like, I can't comment too much on that one, but it sounds great. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on to the next one. Fasting.
All right.
Oh boy, that's gonna be difficult. I
I
would.
actually think we're gonna agree, but only or disagree, but only because we're coming from different angles. I think.
Oh, for hypertrophy, it's dog shit. It's just not
Yeah,
even.
that because that was gonna be my thing. I think it's absolute dog water for hypertrophy.
Yeah. I'm gonna put it in situational, and I'll say why.
Hmm.
There are unproven health benefits, or like tangentially proven health benefits to fasting as a protocol. There are acute benefits to fasting in certain scenarios, like for mental acuity, and even those
Hmm.
are more placebo than anything. Like there's not really a quantifiable benefit to fasting before mental tasks. I think it has more to do like it's good for health in the sense that it prevents you from eating too much and specifically from eating refined carbohydrates. When we compare to that baseline, yeah, it's good for you because overeating, especially refined carbohydrates, is inherently bad for you. It produces an inflammatory response. Essentially, it removes the things that you are potentially doing wrong, and you have. If we're touching on intermittent fasting, it gives you less time to do the things that are actively harmful to you.
Totally. Exactly.
Yeah, it's not magical, and in the context of, for example, cutting weight, you also lose disproportionately more tissue by fasting than you would. What is your question, Flans? And would you like us to define intermittent fasting? We'll wait for him to respond. But generally, yeah, you lose more contractile tissue as opposed to just instilling a consistent calorie deficit and supporting that with training. So exceptionally mid, there's some argumentation that can be made that it's beneficial for again mTOR activation limiting, which is a concern in older populations who are not really predisposed to hypertrophy anyway. Avoid intermittent fasting if you have any liver bile duct problems in your family. I'd say intermittent fasting generally is just it's kind of mid. The only thing it does is it gives you less time to eat too much, and that's pretty much it. And the reason why the standard for intermittent fasting for like feeding windows was set at 8 hours, it's actually a very funny story. I think it's out of the study came out of Stanford, and the reason the feeding window was set at 8 hours is because the the researcher had a hard agreement with his partner at the time, or I think it was his girlfriend, that if he spends more than 8 hours in the lab, she's going to break up with him. So that's why the feeding window was 8 hours
Scientific.
per day. And that's it. There's no reason beyond that.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I think we agree pretty much completely. I mirror a lot of that. Like coming from the perspective of hypertrophy or strength training, fasting is actually pretty terrible because you're gonna have like your muscle protein synthesis is not going to be elevated for a significant amount of time compared to someone who's eating in a more traditional eating schedule, and you'll probably be missing some. Again, we talked about the anabolic window earlier, but it's very likely with intermittent fasting that you're going to be working out fasted, which doesn't help.
Oh, that's
Does not help hypertrophy.
yeah, that's also a dog and pony show that you don't want to participate in. If you're working out
Exactly.
fasted in most conditions, you're just not going to be able to produce the optimal effort. Like
Yep.
I wouldn't even say I do that
Cascades.
anymore. Like even if I go out to run like early in the morning, I will eat something like a bagel or anything like that just because first of all, I want the readily available glycogen.
Yeah.
And second of all, tea just upsets my stomach if I'm fasted. So I
Hmm.
need to provide some kind of glutinous base for it to absorb and not to upset my stomach lining. So yeah,
Right.
fasting extremely
And
mid. Uh,
on that too, yeah, like you said, there's no weight loss benefit over traditional dieting. If you equate calories, they're literally both the same. So it's not magic. It does help though. If you don't want to count calories, but you're doing the wrong thing, it removes a meal essentially for you to do the
yeah,
wrong thing in, just like you said,
yeah,
Goromaru.
yeah, yeah.
So yeah, yeah.
If you're a filthy casual, I guess you can cope with intermittent fasting and look sophisticated.
Yeah, if you don't want to count calories.
Yeah. Okay. Ketogenic diets. I
Ooh.
will be a contrarian and I will say this.
Is that being a contrarian?
I don't.
I would hope that anyone science-based knows that keto is not the right way to go about things.
It's. I would say it's pretty much the fastest way to just sabotage your metabolism long term while also generating like cascading health effects.
Yeah, I don't like it. I
Yeah.
don't like it. And the cult around it these days is terrible. I constantly, it's the number one thing I constantly have to debunk as a trainer.
Listen, hasn't the cult mostly died from kidney and liver failure anyway?
They're probably getting there.
Uh,
But another thing I like to point out that people tend to forget is a true ketosis diet is moderate protein, not high protein. So a true ketosis diet doesn't even meet the optimal protein requirements. God forbid the carb ones for like hypertrophy and strength training and stuff like that. And people tend to forget that part.
yeah. So I'd say unless you're like even Paul Saladino, he's like off the carnivore train.
Oh, really?
What exactly is keto? So keto is the full name of it is a ketogenic diet is where you impose a state of ketosis where your body processes your available dietary fats and proteins as a primary source of energy as opposed to relying on your glycogen stores and blood sugar.
Yes, you
Which
don't need any carbs or very negligible carbs.
it's essentially it's an emergency energy production system for your body, but keyword there being emergency. It's sometimes
Yep.
used for becoming exotically lean during contest prep, but just given the side effect profile, honestly, you're better off just blasting clen.
Yeah, and think about it too. Like when it comes to keto, right? So I
Hmm.
talked about how like, true keto doesn't even have the protein requirements. It was originally a diet for epilepsy
Hmm.
and like some other brain conditions, and it worked kind of well for that. But people thought and started to go on this crusade that it was like better and you didn't have to worry about calories. Some people actually would claim the calories didn't matter when you're on keto because carbs are what make you gain fat, and they tend to believe that insulin sensitivity makes you immune to losing weight no matter what
Mm,
your metabolic rate is. And it's all a bunch of lies that have been
yeah,
thoroughly debunked.
yeah,
But I would also say, just in terms of like sports performance, right? Carbohydrates are your primary source of energy. And
yep,
so when you're in deficit of them, you can still lift, but you're not going to lift anywhere near as good. So less
yeah.
performance, less energy means less gains. So not only are you not going to have the protein to recover, you're not going to have the performance in the gym either.
Yeah, you're not even going to produce enough stress. Like it's literally you're almost doing the same as unstable weight training would do to yourself. Just
Yeah,
on an
metabolically unstable
yeah,
weight
yeah, yeah,
training.
yeah, yeah, on an energy system level. So yeah, generally not fantastic. It works as well as a lot of exclusion diets will. Like if you have some
Yeah.
sort of exotic autoimmune disease or some exotic allergy that you're trying to nail down, yeah, sure. Going keto usually will place you in a place where oh yeah, that's a tautology. Like you will likely exclude your likely allergens by doing that, but keto in and
Hmm.
of itself doesn't really offer any kind of exotic benefit outside of the
Right.
fact that you're also going to lower your neats long term. So be aware of that.
Yes. And also, I think one thing that the reason people get tricked by keto so much is because of the initial phase. Because the initial studies were being read by people who didn't understand how to read studies or understand the body mechanisms, and then they blew it up, right? And made it a whole cult.
I would
So what they would
assume,
see,
yeah. I would
yeah.
assume that
What are you gonna say?
there's also just the initial effect of losing a lot of body water. So people
That's
would,
what I was gonna say.
yeah,
Yeah,
people will
that's why they would see more
lose.
weight loss at the
Yeah, yeah,
beginning.
yeah, because they exclude a lot of the carbs and like the salt levels in meats and fats are
Hmm.
usually sufficient so that your body is no longer holding on to excessive liquid. Thank you for the hydrate.
Yep. So they'd see basically more overall weight loss, but they wouldn't know that it wasn't fat loss, and would be like, "Look, I'm losing so much more weight on keto than the
Yeah, it's
traditional
just body
diet."
water.
No, you lost water weight. Yeah,
Yep, 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 yep.
it'll come back.
Any weight loss that happens in the first 2 weeks is not real. Of
Yeah, don't believe it. You have to
yeah.
go out longer than that.
Okay, next one. That's unfortunately cropped, but if it fits your macros.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
okay. Eh,
A tier. A
yeah,
tier,
it's like right.
but with caveats. Yes.
Yeah,
Um. Okay, I'll explain my perspective. Thermodynamics are real. I'm sorry, there is no beating it,
true.
but calories in, calories out is 99.9% correct. The only caveat is any kind of additional metabolic disruptions or stress that you can generate. For example, being in a state of hypertrophy or repairing tissue damage is technically additional metabolic stress that's not directly counted in your calorie intake,
Hmm.
but it definitely pulls nutrients that would otherwise be burned for calories. So technically, your metabolic spend occurs on top of your directly burned calories. But it's very hard to guesstimate that amount, and like it muddles the waters a little bit, and it's going to throw off your math inevitably. So if you're trying to go through a hypertrophy stage, just be safe, have that extra 50 calories in the back of your mind, and you'll be fine.
Yep.
The
And to explain
inverse,
for anyone
yeah, go
who
ahead.
doesn't know what it means, if it fits your macros, just means like, hey, eat whatever you want as long as it fits your macros. So, say you have to eat X number of protein, X number of carbs, X number of fat per day. That is whatever it takes to get there. Fine, doesn't matter. Is the idea.
Yeah, yeah. Like, there's not a lot of difference in me consuming my macros from a Whataburger cheeseburger and like a steak dinner with potatoes, essentially.
Yeah, that's the idea. But of course, like, when you get granular with it and you say, okay, well, there are obviously different types of fats and
Yeah.
different types of carbs and different types of proteins, then that's where it's like, I would never call it an S tier, but it is the general concept that you should keep
Yes.
in mind
Like
when you're trying to gain or lose weight.
the ultimate math is still predominantly correct.
Yes.
And like the granular components of it are just that they're granular. It then we go into whether or not you're consuming enough of your micronutrients because, it's not really a very well-known fact, especially in America, but corn syrup is not a great source of primary micronutrients.
Yeah,
And speaking of corn syrup, for example, corn syrup specifically is a very, very powerful metabolic disruptor in the sense that it actually slows down your energy production on a cellular level just because of our body's reaction to the 50-50 combination of fructose and sucrose. No, fructose and glucose, excuse me. Like, corn syrup is actual fucking poison in terms of its effect on the body, and it also produces like a cascade of inflammatory effects. Like, I shit you not, I went to Japan, and naturally, like the main difference between our diet here, and the diet there is the ever presence of corn syrup, for which I didn't really vet before. Canola oil to a large extent, yeah, canola oil is not really fit for human consumption as well. But what I noticed is I dropped a lot of body water very quickly, despite the fact I was eating constantly. And then I started sort of watching what I eat when I came back, and I realized that by cutting out corn syrup, my overall, condition significantly improved. Which is funny, given that the Japanese are the ones who have invented corn syrup. Which, haha, fun and well played, I guess.
Yeah, I'm never going to tell someone go eat corn syrup or go eat canola oil.
Yeah.
That being said, I do think, again, this is something I want to look into more, but I've seen a lot of studies suggesting it's actually not that big of a deal. But I'm never going to recommend somebody go eat them, just for the purpose of it. But I agree with you.
I
In
would
Japan, I lose a
listen.
ton of weight, but I walk a lot.
I would challenge anyone. Listen, I was tracking my energy expenditure. I was definitely eating more. Again, I am whoop pilled. I am I am tracking
Yeah,
maxing.
yeah.
I knew my exact energy expenditure on a daily basis, and I think I averaged a 3,000 calorie burn per day. Just
Hmm.
yeah, through sheer volume of walking because you're never sedentary, you're walking around, you're doing shit.
Oh yeah,
And
like 25K, 30K steps a day every day.
I fuck it, I'm gonna look up my steps. Let's see.
Japan's nuts. Like I lost. I mean, a lot of it was muscle because I couldn't get my protein in and didn't lift when I was there. But when I was there for 3 months, I lost 26 pounds.
I I didn't lose as much because I was eating like there's no tomorrow,
Yeah, you were being smarter than me.
which I am ought to do every time. No, listen, it's not a very cerebral process for me there. I see food, I eat it. Let's see, 2023, and it when was I there? I was November-ish, October-ish.
But yeah, as a general thing, I should say too, like I've come from the perspective food wise of there is no purely evil food except for things like that are mostly not used like trans fat and stuff like that.
Okay, I was
But
occasionally hitting 30,000 steps, but that is likely when I went to Mount Kurama, and that's just
yep,
you traverse it on foot. So that's an outlier. We're not
yeah,
going to count it. The average was 20,000 steps.
there you go. Yeah.
But again, I was definitely eating like in excess of 3,000 calories per day.
Oh, totally, totally.
Um,
But I think both of us are bigger, fit dudes, so that 3,000 calories is like once you add all that activity on top, it's like, oh yeah, we can eat
I
that.
think I went when I was over 200 pounds at 5'9". Like I'm literally as wide as I am tall.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, so our stats are very similar. I'm just like a teensy bit taller, but my weight's pretty much the same. So,
Yeah.
where stats are very similar. Like, and yeah, I burn like 3,000 is my maintenance
Listen,
generally.
the my general comment is just try excluding absolutely all products that contain corn syrup from your diet for 3 months and get back to me.
Yeah, there's no downside to doing that. So,
Yep.
you know what I mean?
Yep. And my bets are going to be on it being severely beneficial to you. Okay, chronic cardio. I shall place it into devious.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't know too much like what this referred to exactly, but then when I was looking up what was meant by chronic cardio, I'm like, ah.
Yeah, just the severe overuse stress on your heart valves, the general stress on your tissues. It's like chronic cardio is it's no more beneficial than hit, but it
Yeah.
is severely detrimental long term.
Yeah, you don't need to do that much that often.
Yeah. Like marathon running is how you have a heart attack at 35.
Right, and it's like it's great because it's one of those things where it's like, marathon running's cool, you're pursuing something, I respect that a lot. But like I know like my father is a lifelong runner and he, won many awards and stuff like that and it's just like the replacements he's had on his knees, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Running because you think about it, running on pavement, you're getting that impact constantly. It's very high impact. And so
It's
running's great, but like
I'm gonna get on to better run the marathon game. Also, not wrong. You're actually better off just completing the marathon catalog than actually running a marathon. Also, less likely to suddenly drop dead of a heart attack. But I get on. This is my usual soapbox, and my more stable community is well aware of that. But if you aspire to run, not even necessarily marathon running, but just like if you want to do any running, there's a checklist that you absolutely have to go through. Step one, get shoes that are appropriate for running. The most appropriate
yes.
ones are zero drop shoes with a white toe box. It ensures that you have correct placement of your foot while you run. Correct placement being you're supposed to run on the balls of your shoes. I'm trying to point towards them, but my hand tracking the like you're not supposed to heel strike as you run, because when you heel strike, you exclude one of the supinating joints of your legs. Yeah, the front bit of the foot, exactly. As when you heel strike, you exclude the ankle from supinating and distributing the stress from your joints, and it all ends up in your knee, inevitably producing meniscus issues and grinding down the tissue there. Third step is never try to avoid running on non-reciprocating surfaces such as concrete, any kind of pavement, just anything that is just a slab of fucking rock that doesn't buckle
Yeah.
as you step on it. Gravel roads, sand, forest terrain, preferably mixed forest terrain. Like the flats don't really do a lot for you. If it's a little mixed, it's significantly better because you're forcing your ankle to work at different angles of attack. Stay running there because you're further dissipating the stress of you actually impacting the ground with your foot. And that way, you're further decreasing the degradation of your knee joint. Your knee joint being a whiny little bitch that gets injured at the drop of a hat. So
Yeah.
you want to keep it as safe and as mobile as possible while alleviating extra stress. The other bit of it is like it's less material specifically for running because it's difficult to run like that. But pay attention to when you walk. Most people have a tendency to hyperextend their leg and then just plant onto their flat leg or onto their heel as they walk with their entire weight. That is also how you injure your knee. So the more correct way and the more anatomically correct way is to push yourself with your hind leg and then softly land on your lead leg that is stepping forward. That way you are distributing the weight more evenly between the two legs as opposed to like creating these gigantic spikes of stress on your lead leg knee. So yeah, this is my usual ranty TED talk about running.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. Where it's like I think that like running's great over not running or not moving, but there are less high impact ways to do your cardio.
Listen, I
And
would say I would go as far as to say that running wrong is worse than not running at all.
okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Like if we're saying that someone's already not sedentary, then yeah, I'd agree. Running wrong's worse than not running
Yeah,
for
yeah,
sure.
yeah,
Because
yeah.
I think the long term effects are rough.
Exactly. Like, if you're sedentary, at the very least, you're not going to, actively shave off your knee cartilage.
Yeah,
So yeah, and chronic cardio, yeah, very mid. Just find better ways of losing weight. I understand that
yeah. Don't.
walking on the treadmill for hours is bad for a variety of reasons, and not the reasons that Vishred quotes, because he is.
Oh man, can we just like get rid of that guy?
Isn't he currently being sued for unfair trade practices?
I sure hope so. I don't
Yeah,
care what he gets sued for as long as he does.
I think he is. On the subject of
He's in front of
running,
every YouTube video peddling lies.
yeah, on the subject of running, my opinion on barefoot shoes, extremely based, yes. Provided you run on appropriate surfaces that aren't concrete.
Yeah, like run in the woods and make sure to put your hands back like Naruto when you do it.
Or at the very least, just, soft gravel, forest terrain, something like that. Just, yeah,
Yeah.
barefoot shoes are good because they don't compact your toe box, because your toes are meant to extend into every which direction, trying to grasp onto the ground. That's what they're anatomically supposed to do. Walking, not so bad.
Running.
Uh, yeah. Again, provided your walking stride is correct, yeah, sure. Okay, I'm trying to add another picture here. But I'll do
Hmm.
that while we discuss the following step. Massage and or physical therapy.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I
Eh,
mean, yes on this for me.
oh, yes, but where? I'm gonna say. Eh,
If we're talking about unlimited access to massage and physical therapy, I'd probably put it in like A.
what do you mean unlimited access?
I'm
Define
just
your
thinking like
position.
the idea of doing it in general. So like if you're versus not doing it, it just seems like a net benefit.
What is the benefit, though? Because as far as I'm aware, it produces no benefit on top of just any compassionate touch.
It feels good.
That is literally what I just said.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, there is a niche benefit to it, I would say. If you have like actual mechanically strained muscles as a result of them just being inflamed, overstrained, just something that requires immediate release that is a pathological issue, or like you have a misaligned vertebrae. Boy, am I
Yeah.
familiar with those.
Oh
Yes,
yeah.
physical therapy is going to be your fastest way of pain release or function recovery, provided, holy fuck, please, please, please never go to chiropractors. Please go to a real doctor.
So I agree completely, but I agree completely, and un- it's so weird because you're right, and I agree, but I've had anecdotal success with that, and I don't know why, and I haven't been able to explain it any
What do
other
you
way.
mean by anecdotal success?
I had an injury, and I
Okay.
did go to a chiropractor, and it was fixed, but I know that chiropractic bunk.
Okay, not all chiropractors are made equal. The absolute majority of chiropractors are not real doctors. They should be
Yeah, of
nowhere
course.
near patients, and everything that it does not fall into that is a fringe case. Like, for example, I have a friend of mine who's an osteopath who's like a fancier version of chiropractics, essentially.
Right, right.
Both in the absolute majority of cases, both are dog shit performed by charlatans who have a gigantic risk of injuring you. Like they can produce like irreparable risks up to and including severing your fucking spinal column.
It's happened. That's true.
Yep. That being said,
Oh yeah,
next
he doesn't believe in Reiki. Come on.
I can neither confirm nor deny. It's not on the tier list, therefore we're not going to discuss it.
Do you know I'm a certified Reiki master,
The
Kuramaru?
the only Reiki that I believe in is punching someone around their heart so hard it explodes.
Hell yeah.
But I digress. Yeah, so I have a friend of mine who's an osteopath, but he became an osteopath after he was a surgical MD. Like
Sure.
he
Yeah.
he is an actual doctor who then started exploring like, okay, maybe like some of the softer, maybe we don't need to cut people open for absolutely everything. Maybe there is some tension release, some fascia and soft tissue work that may be beneficial for a lot of the cases, and it's less invasive. And I
Yeah.
would I would trust that man to manipulate my extremities and spine, because he has essentially put me back together from absolutely miserable states of being.
Right, right.
But that is the absolute exception. That
Hmm.
is the exception that proves the rule, because the rest of them are blithering, drooling, mouth breathing idiots. And
Yeah,
the only
it's like
reason, yeah,
I agree. It's like I don't it's not very rigorous. There's not a lot of scientific evidence towards it. Um I had a weird experience where it worked, you know?
yeah,
But I
again,
wouldn't recommend it.
it's the exception that proves the rule. And like actual physical therapy, beneficial in cases where there is a specific problem you're trying to address,
Absolutely.
but doesn't offer any benefit beyond that. Like, unless something is broken, strained, out of place, yeah, that's why I place it firmly in situational.
Right. It's physical therapies a lot of times for like I've known a lot of people who've had, lifelong medical conditions who go through physical therapy as a precursor to being able to work out in a more strenuous way, to just like the very basics, right? It's a way a
Hmm.
lot of people to get back to the basics and build themselves up before hitting actual activity.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think it's great for that.
Yeah, like if you need to regain mobility, like in a locked up
Right.
joint, if you need to release certain mechanical tensions that you have, yeah, sure. Again, you're addressing an
Hmm.
issue. There is absolutely no reason to do that on a consistent, constant basis.
Yeah. Or you had
Okay.
a severe injury and you need to learn how to walk again, something like
Yes,
that.
yes. When you're actually mechanically prevented from functioning. Fantastic. Okay, next up is red light therapy.
Yeah, we're getting into the stuff I don't know much about now, but I looked a little bit into the research, but yeah, it looks like looks interesting to me.
So, again, just based on the research, and it seems to be just beneficial. And I'm going to say, apart from the cost of procuring a red light lamp, uh, it's all around beneficial. There's not a lot that you can do poorly, or there's not a lot of damage you can do with it. It seems to be
Yeah, I
very,
did see that. There was like no downsides.
yeah, again, it's essentially a very, very beneficial ritual. So if you have the loose cash, yeah, buy yourself a red lamp, shine it on
How
your.
much are they?
Oh, they're kind of pricey.
Because I'm interested now.
What was the one I was looking for? I was looking at Jews mostly, just because they were shilled by the influencers I look at. The basic handheld red light lamp that's like actual infrared light is $500.
Okay, I mean that's worth it for a long-term health thing if you're gonna commit,
That's
you know?
yeah, but that's basic handheld. The full-sized ones start at $1,500.
Okay, yeah.
It's on the
At least it's
Guccier.
not a car price.
It's not a car price. It's on the Guccier end. And to be fair, like we are aspiring to melding those fat golden cores.
Mm,
So it does behoove us to invest in the facilities. So yeah,
right, living forever's worth $1,500. So
yeah, you gotta fund that internal alchemy. So yeah, that's why I place it in auspicious. Definitely not
yeah,
harmful. More likely than not, it's beneficial. And yeah, it also sort of, if you place it later in the day, it gives you that hard transition from, okay, at this point I will no longer expose myself to blue light today. So you blast yourself with red light, you put on your blue light blocking glasses, and you sort of ease yourself into sleep, I think, which is
mm,
a good protocol to do. Sauna.
yeah. Prior to sleep, yeah, I like that.
Yeah, sauna slash, I'm going to say more widely, deliberate heat exposure. What's your,
Sure.
I say auspicious. What is your take?
Yeah, I don't think there's many downsides here, and it doesn't. I always look at the muscle side of things. Doesn't seem to affect muscle mass really at all. So
Mm-hmm.
not in a negative way, at least, right? But there was benefits I saw for like cardio diseases. Cardiac disease is not cardio disease, but I know
Yeah.
we talk about those too, and DOMS and stuff like that. So I like it.
Yeah.
No downsides here.
My perspective is, yeah, heat shock proteins are more beneficial to you than not. There is, so I believe there was a study for where all cause mortality for people with frequent sauna exposure was comparable to people who exercise. So okay,
I did see a study like
the
that.
cohort that only did saunas but did not exercise had similar health outcomes to people with exercise but no sauna. Uh, I would stop short of saying that sauna is a replacement for exercise, because it's not,
Absolutely,
because it
yeah.
lacks a lot of the peripheral benefits of it. However, doing both definitely places you ahead of the curve.
Mm,
Very beneficial. Hard
seems like a good
recommend.
idea.
Yeah, the moment I can afford a sauna, I will definitely have one. That's probably going to be like my first aspiration the moment I have real estate that can fit it. Even if it's like
Totally. There
an
you go.
itty bitty box sauna, like miserable
Yeah, get
little
in the
thing,
box.
I will literally get into the hell box, and I will roast myself at a unforgiving temperature of 190 degrees.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty settled. Cold plunge.
Okay, yeah. I'm a little different on this one, but I think timing wise is it's great timing wise, I think. Conventional.
Yeah.
Or sorry, conditional.
Yes, I would say that it's still auspicious, just long term, for just the combination of benefits that it offers. But I
Yeah, just don't
will,
do it immediately after your workout.
yeah, or generally I would avoid it in a hypertrophy phase altogether, because like
Yeah.
if you're an advanced lifter, if you're doing a lot of hypertrophy work, if you're constantly in a state of recovering a muscle group while you're also straining the other one, you will just not have the window where an ice bath will not be detrimental to you.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yep, actual for what we're referencing real quick. Actual, and this surprised me when I started looking more into it because I always just kind of stayed away from it. But I didn't look too far. But very surprised to find that, yeah, actual muscle inhibiting benefit, like muscle inhibiting to actually hit this after a workout. It
Yes.
inhibits hypertrophy, and I was like, oh, all
Well,
right.
the mechanism is that it extinguishes inflammation, and
Right.
the inflammatory response to physical stress is how the body directs nutrients to the tissue that needs to be reinforced
Yep, makes sense.
Yeah, which is like the core mechanism of hypertrophy. So you're just essentially turning it the fuck off by doing an ice bath.
Yep.
Yeah, so that would be the only
But
caveat.
the other stuff's really cool.
Yeah, it's very good, for example, for skill acquisition. If you're training skill acquisition and you need to like perform one day and then you need to perform the following day, and your window of recovery is very limited, and you need to minimize your local inflammation, and you need to recover faster, hell yeah, you jump into the suck bucket and you sit there as
Hmm.
just a point of principle, because you're working on skill acquisition. It's not affected by the ice bath. If anything, it is reinforced by the ice bath, because depending on when you do it, the way I did it when I had consistent access to an ice bath while I was traveling, is I woke up at like 7 a.m. ish. And the first thing I did in the morning was get over I would tame the inner bitch, and I would get into the suck bucket.
Oh
I
man.
get through the suck. I endure the 45-degree water for 90 seconds, and this is my like I start my day with a W, because compared to that, everything else is just easy street.
Oh, totally. Yeah. It helps resilience a lot. It definitely helps recovery, but also mental resilience and just suffering through that
Yeah,
is a big deal.
just getting yourself to lower yourself into the water. Once you go through that a number of times, just overcoming mental resistance for a lot of things becomes significantly easier, because the neurological pathways for overcoming resistance are consistently built up, and they're very transferable between different situations.
Mm.
So yeah, hard recommend. I'm actually getting a cold plunge, hopefully sometime this summer, and I'll try to
Oh, sick.
yeah, I'm trying to integrate that on a consistent basis. Like, I don't have any good numerical data to support its benefits, especially like over the course of a week. It's not really going to be tangible, but I can comment that after a week of doing ice bath, workout, sauna, it sucked significantly less to come off of a transatlantic flight. Because when I flew to
Oh yeah.
Europe, I ended up severely jet lagged, swollen, just generally in shambles. And after doing that for a week, I came back fantastic. Maybe it's the magic of American soil. I can't say, but I felt significantly better. And like the next day, I was out, pretty much maxing out my 1 mile time.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I'm starting to worry. I feel like I feel better in Japan these days. Starting to get concerned.
That's fair. That's fair. No, that's
That's all I go. So
listen. That's a fair observation. I mean, something is happening while we're there. There's definitely an environmental factor that needs to be seriously studied. Like, no joke.
yeah.
I've while I am in Japan, rather it sets in like maybe maybe 4 to 3 days after I arrive. Thank you, Daya. Yes, we see you. But there's a tangible.
Decided I will no longer be paying taxes.
Oh no.
What are they gonna do? Tax me more? Go
Dagoth.
ahead. I won't pay those either. Oh, I'm going to prison? The one paid for by my tax dollars? Sorry. Didn't pay
How
them.
you doing, buddy?
Now there is no prison. I am at least 3 steps ahead of the government at all times.
Yep. So as I was saying, there's definitely environmental factors we need to take to factor in. I went like I've noticed a tangible change in how I feel between when I was here and between when I was in Japan. Thank you, Miyu. I'll get to the fuck it. I'll go to the horseback stance redeem right now. I mean, we are talking wellness, so you know what, Alpin, you talk about why you feel better in Japan, and I will do my obligatory physical punishment.
Sounds good. I get flashbang too. Wow, there's a lot of redeems, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what like. Obviously, I'm guessing here. I don't know what Kurmar was about to say, but I definitely feel like there's something different about. I sense something different in Japan. Is the only way I can put it. I definitely feel more. I don't even want to say at home because it's not my home, but I feel more chilled out there for sure, and everything just jives well with me. For me, it's probably a mental thing where it just really lines up with how I like want to live. because I like to walk places and I like to have a more walking culture. I like food and the huge variety of it being accessible anywhere, and I like people who are polite and are aware of how their like actions affect others. And so just going to a place where it's absolutely not that, to having all of that, I definitely feel more like, yeah, even though I can't fluently speak Japanese, it feels right. It feels right for me to hang around here, and I really like being here. Family Mart hash brown save me. Family Chicky save me. Family Chicky save me.
I am a consistent enjoyer of the Lawson onigiris. Like
Okay, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. My protocol, my habitual ritual for when I'm in Japan is I wake up very early just because of the time difference and the jet lag. Because if I arrive, I want to fall asleep at like 8 p.m. So I wake up at 6
Totally.
a.m. and I would go to a konbini and I would buy a set of inari sushi, some
Hmm.
onigiri, and then I would find a cozy spot in a park and just read a book and eat my breakfast in a park.
Yeah.
Very nice.
And it's beautiful always. Like
Yeah.
it's just I don't know. The sky seems better too. A lot of things seem
Um,
better.
some of that I think is, grass being greener on the other side, because it's, nature Japan. Kombini.
Yeah, kind of.
Dai, you got burned by trying to clown on my Japanese pronunciation before. Are you sure you want to go down that road?
Did he actually? He tried?
There was an incident. I won't go too deep into it because, a gentleman doesn't dunk and tell. What was I
Yeah, I was
saying?
gonna say. I think probably you, Kuramaru, and isn't it Regulus who has like JLP2 or something? Probably the most
I
fluent Japanese speakers I know.
I never tested GLP just because I kind of got a job that makes use of my native, like, it's not native, it's like almost fluent Japanese, like
Hmm.
spoken idiot Japanese to a significant extent that I don't really need certification because, like, I can possibly study for GLPT1, but I would have no use for the certificate because I don't want to do
Right.
interpreter work. I've been an interpreter for free for long enough to know that I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
And like anything that requires GLPT1, usually, usually we'll just try to hire native speakers anyway. So like, there's really no benefit to me doing that. But what I was saying, I think I get what you're saying, and I think it's a combination of a lot of cultural aspects, maybe some socioeconomic ones. I'm not going to go too deep into those since you've prefaced by asking me not to. We observe our safe words here. We respect boundaries.
Yeah, I asked Kuramaru at the beginning. I was like, I don't do political
we
content. Let's not
we
talk about that.
yeah, I'm trying to conceal my see, I'm trying to like not touch on that but also like directly address a thing you've said.
Sure, of course.
I think
You know, you just we understand.
yeah,
We
yeah.
understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think the fact that the Japanese society observes social contracts like religiously is a big component of like both of us feeling very comfortable in that environment. Like people being
Mhm.
generally polite, generally acting in a socially cohesive way is a pleasant environment to be in.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And you know what? Having a food supply that doesn't. He didn't sign shit. Fair enough. Dante, is there ECW today? While we've got you here. Okay, I will give him a moment to
Oh,
respond.
did that start yet?
I think next week. Okay, never
Next
mind.
week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Follow the Dante Daedalus channel, I guess, for ECW funnies. To see yours truly prominently featured as the season 1 champion.
I'm excited for that. I was watching it back a little bit on like the older ones and I was like, "Oh, this is
It
I'm in.
is.
I'm so in on
I
this."
am. I am so oddly invested. I cannot explain. But yeah, it's very fun to watch. What was I saying? Yeah, but generally having a food supply that doesn't predominantly consist of corn syrup is, I think, a very big part of us feeling better when we're there. And I think fermented foods are also very, very underappreciated in our diet.
you know, it's weird. I normally like everyone makes fun of me for it, but I really don't like vegetables, but I do eat them in Japan, and on top of that, food fills me up more when I'm in Japan. And it's not even a fiber thing because I
Hmm.
account for that sort of thing, but
Yeah.
I can go for longer on the food, the lesser food that I eat in Japan. It's weird.
Hmm. Interesting. I wouldn't, not sure what the satiety component of it is, but to speak
Right?
specifically to the fermented foods part, like I started eating natto last time I was in Japan.
I
Uh,
gave my friend Nato sushi and he almost threw up. He hurled like 5 times, like,
perfectly.
uh.
That's a perfectly normal reaction when someone encounters natto. Perfectly understandable.
Yeah.
I can't say it tastes good. That would be a lie. It's just okay. Like I can eat it. It's fine. It's not fantastic. It's better. It's better when I have a bowl of rice to then sort of wash out the taste of the
Yeah.
supreme health benefits. With 4 packets of soy sauce, it's fire. Maybe, yeah.
Masking it completely, it's fire.
Yeah, I have to hard agree on that one. But the thing is, so I came to Japan after I had to take like an antibiotics course for bronchitis, and
Mhm.
as antibiotics are known to do, it completely nuked my gut microbiome, and I started like
Yeah.
having bad acne without even the benefit of doing gear. God fucking damn it! So all of
Can't
this,
believe this.
all
Yeah.
of the sides, and none of the contractile tissue accumulation. So, and as I was in Japan, I was eating a lot of fermented foods, such as natto, such as miso, such as a lot of their pickled vegetables and things of that, like in that general food category. And it just cleared up pretty much completely over the course of a week.
Yeah, my
So,
skin looks better there, man. Like I can't describe it because I feel like I'm eating worse than I eat here. When I think look about the foods that I'm eating and the consistency of which I'm eating them, like hell, I eat chocolate more in Japan than I do here.
oh, because the
But
chocolate is very different. It's different chocolate. It's just
I
not the
know,
same.
right? It just feels like no matter what I eat there, I just like look better and feel better, and I'm like, this is great, this is awesome.
My guess is it's the combination of better baseline products that are available to you. Like for example, in the US, you can get food that is of a comparable quality. You just need to pay a premium on it by shopping at Whole Foods.
Right, right. Whole
And
paycheck.
yeah, essentially. Again, then again, like even shopping at Target is now a full paycheck, but let's not dwell on that too much.
Yeah.
Um, but I mean, I agree with you. I think we have the technology to also have better living conditions here, and I
Oh,
could
totally.
I could
Yeah.
never see myself moving completely to Japan for a variety of reasons that I've listed off way too often. But having a summer home there sure looks nice, especially since
Yeah.
you can buy an Akia for what, $20,000 and maybe like invest that and a little bit more into renovating it, and there you go. You have a 6 bedroom traditional Japanese house in the Japanese countryside. And
Yep, I talked to a guy from New Hampshire who had a place out in Totori, like right on the coast, and he paid 20,000 for it, and it was on the ocean. It was like, okay, sure.
yeah, definitely something to look at.
Yeah, I'd
Alpin,
go 3 months
we're
there. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, 3 months a year. I would probably be able to bump it up to 4. I would need
Hmm.
to test the waters because the longest I've been was a month and some change, and I still wasn't off put by it.
Yeah. Oh,
Like
yeah. I
who
mean, I
said?
went 3 months, loved it, and then I came back for 3 weeks, loved it more.
Oh
So,
damn, Fofi is selling luggage space to go to Japan. So
oh, perfect. Yeah, get in
yeah.
there, Dia.
Yeah, one of these days we're gonna have another Japan walk stream, so look forward to that if you're not already following the channel. Although I recognize mostly everyone here, so I guess you all are. But I promise someday I will have. Thank you for the hydrate, Mama Ubume. I will. It is unlikely that I will ever have the diligence to sit down and make a comprehensive guide. What if someone tracks me down? Tracks me down to where? Um, I mean, it's their funeral. In my walks, I'm not the one walking. There's usually a person who's pre-recorded a walk video. So
Yeah,
not
yeah, I've watched a couple of them. It's those streams where you like go through the walk video and then you like identify all the stuff. It's really cool,
you
actually.
need a Shinjuku Station. Walk me. There's so
Oh God, no.
there's a lot of better places.
46 exits and I can't find any of them. Love Shinjuku.
Listen, I just don't think that Tokyo proper is kind of mid. It's over
I agree.
urbanized. It's a big city, and like everything you can do in Tokyo, you can do in a different urbanized Japanese city. So
Yep.
yeah, I'm a consistent mild Tokyo hater.
Yeah, same. Tokyo has 20 of everything, but you only need 3 of everything.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Maybe, just maybe, they have a little bit. It's a little bit easier to get whale meat in Tokyo, and that's pretty much it when it's out of season.
I've never had it. I
It's
maybe if an opportunity. I
It's
don't
like
know.
very, very tender beef.
Yeah, I'd eat pretty
Imagine,
much anything, so.
imagine that is guacamole a supplement? It No, it's a food group, I'd guess. You hate Shinjuku? Thoughts on Ginza Station? Extremely overrated, pretentious shopping that you could also do anywhere else. Like, I don't like. Well, you know what? The only thing that is good in the Ginza area is the Imperial Palace. I guess that's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's above my budget. I don't touch that stuff.
Different, yeah, like even if it is in my budget, I don't touch it because it's a waste of money. Difference between food and supplement. Food is non-processed, supplement is a pharmaceutical.
Yeah, I'd also say like supplement tends to be, unless it's like a multivitamin, supplement's generally like a single compound or two, and it's also generally non-caloric. But there are obviously caloric supplements.
Yeah, generally anything that's in a non-reactive medium such as chalk or like a jelly tablet, that's going to be a supplement.
Oh, the Logan Paul Forest? Yeah, that's a spooky place, man. I've been hiking in there.
Again, it's every forest in Japan ever once you're far enough away from an urban center. Just because of, well, listen, because of the terrain of Japan, because it's very, it's not mountainous, because let's not big things up, but it's like hills, very tall hills. The trees don't really grow very thick and strong. So what you end up with is a very dense population of thin, uniform trees. And the moment you go into it a little too deep, it's very easy to lose your bearings because they are absolutely identical and they throw off your distance perception. So it's the suicide forest because once you walk deep enough into it, you just won't find your way out.
Yeah, yeah.
Estrogen. How
And
difficult does estrogen
ooh,
make gains and losses? Your doctor wants you.
losses.
So it depends on how close or far away you are from optimal estrogen levels. Generally, estrogen does not directly affect when it's optimized. It doesn't directly affect weight loss or gain. It has certain effects on holding water, location-based depository of adipose tissue, and I'm going to say collagen distribution.
You actually need a good bit of estrogen to go with the testosterone to have optimally built muscles. A lot of people don't know this, but estrogen
Yeah.
levels matter a lot to muscle building as well.
Yeah. So it definitely you need to stay within your optimal reference ranges to not suffer deleterious effects, and it's the same for testosterone and estrogen for every population. I
Thoughts on Soylent? Oh my God. Okay, I really don't like all of these meal replacement shakes that are trying to build themselves. Like they don't really, but like just eat food, man.
Yeah, males. Let's get through those in chronological order so that we
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
sidestep anyone. Natto is a stable, wait, a staple, a supplement, and a way of life. Natto is not a supplement; it's a food group. Bu- 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 bu. Welcome to being old. Yeah, don't I fucking know it. Thoughts on Soylent? We already answered that. Can't wait until the end of the month when you move. I will not. I will not pry on where you're moving, so feel free to not answer that question. But I guess you're excited about wherever you're going. Will more estrogen make your titties bigger? I can neither confirm nor deny because that's not my area of expertise.
Yeah, it's not mine either, actually. I was thinking
No,
about that. I was like, I don't know.
I don't know. Non-fermented soy bad? Yes, I co-sign that statement completely. Gonna get your own small gym corner, based and home gym build. Yes, males need estrogen too. If you suppress your
Yep.
estrogen as a male, you will have a no sex drive whatsoever, and your injury recovery will also be dog shit. That's why, for example, when you are when as an enhanced athlete, you take testosterone. There will be an estrogenic response from your body trying to balance it out, and
Mm-hmm.
when enhanced athletes suppress that response by administering estradiol, they frequently run the risk of just running it completely into the ground, and therefore becoming extremely injury prone
Yeah.
and also losing whatever sex drive they may have additionally originally gleaned from having super physiological amounts of test in their system.
It's
Um,
all in balance, you know? It's like a magical machine with tens of thousands of components.
is that why boys have pecs? No. We have pecs just because that is part of the normal human frame. Breasts are a different kind of non-contractile tissue.
What if they were contractile? Could you imagine jacked? Like your boobs like lift weights?
I don't even want to violate my mind with that concept. I mean,
I don't
you
know.
listen,
I think it'd
Miyu.
be pretty
If
cool. I
you
mean,
want,
you still technically could. If your pecs are big enough, you could bounce weights on the top of the pecs, you know?
yeah. Well, yeah, you could. You could. Miyu, if you want to see boy boobies that badly, you should have just gone to Offkai. Um,
Well, to be fair, she's looking at a couple right now, ain't she?
I maintain that I do not have gyno. I can't speak for everyone here.
Oh, I thought we were just talking about pecs, not gyno.
Uh, mm, Men should do pec fights. Debatable. Die,
Die,
your whatever that is showing. Please behave yourself.
your BL showing die.
Yeah, behave yourself. What was I
What do you mean
saying?
I'm not
Were,
flat?
were we
Please, my chest sticks out more than anything on my body.
the European? I'm sorry. No. Uh, more than anything.
I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that.
This is were we discussing anything of substance or were we just
No,
ranting
I
wildly?
think we finished the tier list.
Yeah, we definitely finished the tier list. I think we've answered. Okay, if anyone has any rapid fire questions, I guess we can address those. Oh, right, we were discussing real estate in Japan. We were just, proactively hurting ourselves. No, there
Yeah.
you go. There are still going to be frequent Japan walk streams, and this is the best you will get out of me in terms of a Japan guide because I will please save the VOD to YouTube. I will aspire to. Thank you for reminding me, Flanzen. I may or may not get around to editing it down to something more watchable, but yes, I will at the very least upload the raw VOD. But
Yeah,
Japan
drop the
walks,
whole
that's
thing.
that's the closest you're ever going to get out of me in terms of a Japan guide. If you have Japan travel questions, just show up to the stream and ask, because I'm not diligent enough to edit anything that would be more useful. Um, we're talking about nutrition, early specifically meats, grass-fed versus grain-fed. Yes. What is the question?
Is mayonnaise a supplement?
No.
No.
Does this mean that nutritionists need to take into account things like origin of food and country their client is in? Namely, New Zealand is nearly all grass-fed meat.
They
So
tend not to, but yeah,
they
a little.
should. The primary marker is always going to be your actual blood markers that are, that the lab comes up with. But generally, grass-fed beef is always preferable because the grain meal that is used to feed livestock is pro-inflammatory. It generates a lot of superfluous fat on them. It has the propensity to throw off their hormones, and it also runs the risk of containing unfermented soy that may also end up, granted in trace amounts, but still end up in tissue. And grain-fed beef is just generally lower in nutrients, such as zinc, primarily, if I recall correctly. Yeah.
That being said, I will say if it's a cost concern, because organic and grass fed tends to be much more expensive in many places, you can eat the lesser version. You won't die.
Yeah. Just be aware of the fact that if you have certain micronutrient deficiencies, that may be the case. And if you're,
Yeah.
yeah, if budget is not a limitation, just always go grass fed. Just remember to fry it a little bit harder. Just grass fed does not mix well with rare preparation, just because any kind of free pasture livestock is more exposed to foodborne parasites. New Zealand has year-round grass, so its number one exporter is grass-fed, just in processed form of meat and dairy. Yeah, if it's locally made, it's probably not expensive. I think it's the same case in Argentina.
What made us become gym bros?
Uh,
From you.
Wanting to be swole.
Yeah, I wanted to be strong like Goku and Vegeta
I
and
didn't.
ascend past humanity.
Yeah. My motivations were essentially survival based. I am naturally of a not very imposing stature. I am kind of smallish, and it generates certain societal pressures. Like, I don't know, it doesn't feel good to be small. Therefore, I have discovered that maybe being more athletic and more imposing is going to improve my general comfort of living.
Yeah.
Uh,
Dai, what do you mean short kings?
Were you gym bros from a young
Didn't
age?
you say you were didn't you say you were 5'9", Daya?
Or when did you start lifting, Alpin?
2013 actually. I was as a kid I was actually overweight.
I started in 2006. I think, yeah.
Oh.
I started in 2000. I don't remember how old I was. I started pretty like just as I was entering puberty. I also did not take the dwarf pill. I am 5'9", which is average height. Like, no shame, no shame to our short kings, but I am
Right.
unfortunately not one of you.
The internet tends to enhance what that means.
Yeah. Princess
But
carry them?
yeah, no, I just wanted to be like Chuni, man. I just wanted to be like Goku and Vegeta, and for Chuni reasons, I decided to lift. I wanted to be the best version of myself.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's all generally around the lines of self-improvement. Just being better than you are
Always, yeah.
yesterday is
Mm,
generally a good trajectory to take.
totally.
Yeah, I'm not purely gym bro anymore. At some point, I became more of a, I don't know, a slugger, so to speak. Like I took the fist fighting pill.
Yep, no, I get that. Because at some point you're like, all right, lifting and being strong is cool, but actually being able to fight somebody, right? Because that's the scenario that
Yeah.
everyone's like mentally
Well, the
preparing for one way or
I
another.
wouldn't even say that I was actually preparing for that scenario. It's just that arrived to a place that I realized that that's just not a competency I have, and being built is nice and all, but I would also like to understand a better application for it. Pugilist pilled, exactly. I'm actually trying to start a
Yeah.
pugilist club at work. It's not taking off too well.
What's it called? Kuramaru would win because I did all of my martial arts stuff as a kid, but not as an adult. And it sounds like Kuramaru might have done the opposite.
Miyu, the real question is that the real answer is that we wouldn't fight. We would just become gym rivals.
Yeah, I was saying we should fuse and make like the strongest person ever. Think about that. If we did the fusion dance or Portara earrings or something.
I will have to pass.
You don't want to do the fusion dance? Come on, Kuramaru. Let's do the fusion dance.
I'll see if I may want to assign a sub goal to that. Well, what about slap fights? Slap fights are no different from, well, they're very slightly different from conventional striking. If you are a better striker, you will also win in a slap fight.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Yeah, because, compare an untrained slap to someone who knows how to pivot their body weight into a very well targeted slap to the edge of your chin. Those will produce very different results.
True, true.
No,
Apop, the
no,
cutoff for
Miu.
short kings is below 6 feet. Do you have the deadlift to back that up, Apop?
Yeah, those are big words for someone who doesn't deadlift 4 plates. How many microplastics should I consume to ensure your body is preserved? At least 1 credit card per year.
Yeah, you gotta chomp it. Oh, Kermar, did I tell you I used to eat batteries?
Eat batteries
Yeah, I used to eat batteries.
as opposed to returning them to the ocean to recharge the electrical eels.
Yeah, as opposed to that.
I can
They're
left
tasty.
deadlift for
The
a
negative
plate.
side's tasty.
The negative side is tasty. Okay, the chat disavow. Please don't lick batteries. I feel like I feel like I should make that statement outright. Should we?
Yeah, Daya, they need batteries.
Let me save the tier list before I even forget that we made it. There we go. Let's have that.
You're right, Digby. It can literally kill you. That's why I reincarnated.
Okay, it's becoming silly. Chat. If you
Yeah.
don't have any substantive questions, we ran out of material. While it's fun for us to just sit and ramble, I'm probably going to look for a raid target because
Yeah, I'm starving, so.
yeah, I have not had breakfast yet. Like half of the quest bar is all that I have had access to today, and
Oh, man, I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. That's on me. Like I slept in. Kuro get ad blocked. No, I don't want to. Let's see. What's the dumbest isekai story ever? Like in a good way or in a bad way? I'm gonna wait for that response. There's a recent isekai that I'm reading. It's called Karate Baka Isekai. And it literally starts, the opening scene is a Kyokushin practitioner attempting to stop a semi-isekai truck by punching it into the grill very fast, very hard.
Hell yeah.
Oh, the Alpine
This isekai backstory.
He died eating battery and got isekai'd. I hope not.
Listen, I ate a few batteries and I was fine, okay?
There you go, just built different.
Back in my day.
Okay, I am looking at potential raid targets. Let me just to avoid controversy, I will message you the name and you confirm whether you're kosher with that raid target or not.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, just look at the Discord chat.
Oh, I saw it. Yeah, you go for it.
Go for it. Okay, fantastic. We're gonna go and raid into Kersha because Kersha is always
Bold raid. Let's go.
She is always kind to us, and I think it behooves us to reciprocate kindness. So we're gonna raid into the Foxu. So y'all be nice. What are our follower emotes? Can someone show me follower emotes? Yeah. I need that for a raid. The raid message is going to be no, never mind. It's a buff raid, since there's 2 of us in here today.
Good, let's do it.
Fresh from being smuggled to Offkai. Yes, exactly. What the fuck is this new raid interface? Who the fuck thought of? Oh god, Twitch, Twitch, go home. You are high. Okay, let me just get face blasted by the ad just in case, because I don't know if she has pre-rolls. Okay, we are ready to raid. There's your... Okay, excellent. So, let's say... Let me type your raid message for you in then.
Thanks for having me on, Kuramaru. I was really excited, by the way, to talk deeply about fitness stuff, so this has been real fun.
The feeling is absolutely mutual. Okay, there is your raid message chat.
Let's do it.
Or, you know what, Daya's message is also good, so you can use either or, since Kirsha is an appreciator.
Really?
Yeah,
okay.
we're gonna start a raid. We're gonna start with that. This has been Alpin Allbench and Kuromaru Onii-san reminding you to stay hydrated. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And I'm going to wait to confirm that we rated in.
And you